The Mark and Littlewood, I just read the name that was on he's not even here today. It's the Littlewood and Cox show. Mark is not with us today because he has got to go and spread the good word. Mark, obviously, is a preacher of common sense. He travels the world speaking to people and converting them from nonsense to common sense. And he's left me alone. And then next week, he's going on holiday. So I'm all on my own. But not to worry. We've still got plenty of stuff coming up today. I'll tell you what we've got. We've got Limpet Opic, which seems to be difficult for me to say today. We've got Anna McGovern. Who else have we got? This is brilliant. We've got George Madrick from my shire. He's the Reform councillor for North Haven in Hampshire, Mike. Good morning, Common Sensors. Thank you to everybody on Mike's show for coming across. Thank you for Mike for an absolutely wonderful show. Thanks to Mark Littlewood. He won't be with us today and he won't be with us until after next week. So I'll be holding the fort until then in Studio 2, where the revolution is still being televised. But not to worry. I will have a presenter buddy each day. Today it's going to be Nick DeSanto. He'll be with me from 11 o'clock. But let's jump straight in, shall we? First of all, I want to say a huge thank you to Scarlett and Luke the Duke, who are my producers today. They are sat over there, pedaling away, pressing the buttons, trying to make me look good, which, let me tell you, ladies and gentlemen, is an incredibly difficult task. I mean, I am the package. Look at me. You know, I'm full man. I'm delicious to look at, but the rest of it's an absolute nightmare. So we have got George Madrick coming up very shortly. George Madrick is a Reform councillor in Hampshire, where I'm from. In fact, he's the North Havant Reform councillor, which is very close to where I'm from. We've got Anna McGovern joining us later on. We're going to talk all sorts of things with Anna McGovern. We've also got Limpet Opic, where we're going to talk about the sacking, essentially, or it's a suspension at the moment, of Nathan Confas, who was the guy who essentially broke on Jason Ardai. Is this another person being punished for noticing? Let's ask Limpet later on. Then, like I say, Nick DeSanto will be with me. It is Friday, which means only one thing. Towards the end of the show, Glyn Brailsford will be here for the Glindex. I wonder what he's got in his Glindex today. But before we get really motoring on, let's just go back to a story that I highlighted yesterday, or at least Mark highlighted, which included me. This week, I had a bit of a tete-a-tete with Mr. Benjamin Butterworth, where I made a joke and he got terribly triggered. Well, this seems to have been picked up by all sorts of media outlets. I keep seeing my face all over you.
I think that's a really disgusting comment. You know, people that...
No, that's it. I didn't know that was coming up, but that was it, essentially. I said that doctors nowadays are just foreign nationals with access to the internet. In fact, let's watch it again, shall we? Why not?
I think that's a really disgusting comment. You know, people that are coming here and working as doctors to save lives should not be demeaned by some second-rate comedian.
You've experienced this, but when you go to your GP and they Google your symptoms...
All the time.
All the time?
It's GPs now are just foreign nationals with access to the internet. And I'm all for it.
So they are doctors. They are. The doctors are coming over.
Exactly how it works now, and I think it's great.
I think that's a really disgusting comment. You know, people that are coming here and working as doctors to save lives should not be demeaned by some second-rate comedian, quite frankly. They don't deserve that. They really don't.
What,
you know, I would say that...
Tell me why.
People who are saving lives...
Now you've opened that door.
People who are saving lives...
The whole point of the story is 2 people died.
And where does it say that the doctors involved were born in this country or otherwise?
No, that's
Where does it say it?
Benjamin?
Where does it say it? I think it's a horrible comment to make about incredibly capable, disciplined people that come over here, save our lives, work in our NHS. They're not the people that deserve the ridicule. There are plenty of people that do, and they're not.
Who are you sticking up for?
Who deserves ridicule?
Well, you know, people
Who are you sticking up?
people
Is
that
this
don't
an
contribute
imaginary
to the
victim?
system of any description. Not people that come over here and work as doctors. I think they deserve our admiration and our respect.
It's annoying when they Google your symptoms, though, isn't it? Because it's like, should you not know what that is?
Especially when I don't understand what you said.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that is annoying.
I didn't think anything was beneath you, but clearly it is.
I didn't think anything was beneath you, but it clearly is. Thank you, Benjamin. I look forward to working with him again next week. We haven't seen each other since, but I've checked and we're still friends on X. Look, the reason I wanted to show that again is I don't want to indulge in this any longer. And I promise, ladies and gentlemen, I won't mention it again next week. I don't care if it keeps getting peddled out by people. But Dan Wharton, friend of the show, big fan of Dan. Can we just show this clip, please? Which was the video that he chose to put up on his channel. We haven't got that yet. We haven't got that yet. That's okay. So that was... we'll get back to that in a minute. But anyway, we saw what was happening there. What I'd like to do, I've got a bit of time. First thing I'd like to do is look in the comments, because one thing I really love to do, and particularly when Mark Littlewood's here, and unfortunately he's not with us today, and he's fine, by the way. I said that with a dour tone, as if to say, unfortunately, Mark's not with us. He's been caught up in a wanking accident. But that's not true. That's not true. Well, I don't know if it's true or not. But we're getting a message here from KB saying pump up the volume. Now, I don't know if that's a volume for me.
That's old.
That's old. That is old. It's also, Stephanie says that Paul Cox is funny. Now, that, Stephanie, is a Mensa level clever comment. You can keep putting things, you don't even have to put a super chat in for that, but if you want to put a super chat in, please do. Kez K, a regular contributor, says GPs now have AI listen to your consultation, then do a write-up on your record. This was kind of my point, actually. Now, I don't know if this stuff's true, but anecdotally, when I've been to the doctors, and obviously people are saying comments when they've been to the doctors, that they are slightly perturbed by the fact that doctors, A, sometimes don't understand them, or we don't understand them, and that they are Googling symptoms. Now, Google, I can kind of accept, because, you know, it's what we all do. We'd rather they didn't. We would kind of like them to have an encyclopedic mind, so that once we go in there and tell them about the lump and the rash, they can go, I know exactly what that is, here's a load of jollop. But they don't seem to be able to anymore. But I think the language barrier is a serious point. And obviously, I'm someone who believes that humour is probably the best way to get to the nub of an issue. And all I was trying to do there was use as little words as possible to make my point. I think I successfully did that. Joffy says, why do these doctors throw all their documents in the sea? Well, that's an interesting point. My point actually wasn't that all the doctors are coming over on boats. It was kind of what's been made of it as it's been sensationalised since then. My point was really just that if you've got foreign nationals that are struggling to understand what you're saying in a time when we're vulnerable, and let's not forget, one of the reasons we love the NHS so much, and there's lots to love about the NHS, there's also things not to love. We shouldn't be afraid to say that, and I'm certainly not afraid to say that. So if you've got any harrowing stories, please do let me know. But one of the reasons we tend to talk about them so well is when we go to the doctors, we're incredibly vulnerable sometimes. We go, I'm very worried about this condition, or my parents got this, or my daughter's got that, or if it's the vets, for instance, my dog's got this, my dog's got that. And we're incredibly vulnerable. So when they give us some good news or they help us through that moment, we feel helped, and we feel seen, and we feel comforted by that. So we associate an emotion with that, and rightly so. Doctors, nurses, particularly at the nurse level. And by the way, who gets to see a GP anymore? It's very unusual to see a GP now. If you ring up, you will see a paramedic sometimes, a bloke called Andy, who says, you don't need to get your knob out, Mr. Cox, you've got a problem with your ear. And I'm sorry about that, Andy, but I wasn't sure at the time. But I have had instances in my own personal health history where I've gone with an issue, particularly when I lost my hearing, and they simply didn't have a clue, and I had to take myself private to find out what was going on. There is problems with our NHS. There is problems with the immigration service. There is problems with economic growth. And there's all sorts of problem with asylum seekers and asylum creepers. And we should be able to talk about it, because you're not going to solve any problem. Like when you go to AA. I've not been to AA. There's nothing wrong with going to AA. If you've got a problem with alcoholism, go to AA. But when you go, the first thing they say to you is, you have to admit you have a problem before we can deal with you. The same applies to our country. If you've got a problem and the country has many problems and it's not buses, then we should be able to talk about it. And the one set of people that should be able to talk about it is our government. And they're not. All these things are systematic of what's going wrong. Thanks ever so much for your comments. I will read as many out as I possibly can throughout today. But I've got our first guest on the line. He's here. His name's George Madrick. George, how are you doing, mate?
Not too bad, my friend. Not too bad. Good morning.
So we're from the same neck of the woods, George, so I know exactly who you are. But first of all, tell us a little bit about your story, who you are, how you got to where you are now.
Sure, yeah. So I'm a councillor in Portsmouth in Hampshire. I started back in 2019 originally. I stood for election. I did lose my first election. And then in 2021, I stood as an independent councillor and got elected by surprise, actually, because I was the first ever elected independent councillor in the whole of our area. So it's not something that had happened before. And I really had to hit the ground running. It was a absolute baptism by fire. And because of that, I think, because I wasn't a politician, I'd never done this kind of stuff like media commentary, I've never done anything in politics at all. It really was a true baptism by fire. I learnt the system, but from an angle that most people never do. So it was really interesting, and we started up an independent group. We stood for more elections, and then by 2024, we were leaders of the opposition in Portsmouth, which is incredible. Then, as we went into 2025, we heard about local government reorganisation, devolution, which I don't know if many of your viewers know about, but obviously it's where they carve up councils and create new super councils. And I was seeing what was happening with the national picture in the country. I think after 14 years of conservatism and them spending the last few years really not doing a very good job, and then after Keir Starmer coming in and making even more of a mess of it, I thought that I've got to go behind a national party, and I've got to try and do something to change the national picture. So I decided to join Reform last year. And then when I joined Reform, things have just gone really good from there. Essentially, I've now travel the country training people and doing campaigns across the country. And I also, as I say, I'm the leader of the Hampshire Reform Group now, which is amazing. And we're really starting to make some effective change locally and through the county. And we're preparing now, fingers crossed, to win a lot of seats in the general election. So it's been a real baptism of fire, but a great experience.
Yeah, George, I know from locally that you are doing a fantastic job. Don't know what I do and don't know that we would know each other, have mentioned you to me because I live in the area, and that's fantastic. I think reform and conservatism is buoyant in our area of South Hampshire. And why do you think that is?
Look, I think, Reform in our particular area, we're talking, so for the viewers listening at home, we're talking about Portsmouth, Havant, and then probably Fareham Gospel, that kind of like demographic there. And for years it's been heavily conservative, with the lower part of Southampton where there is a lot of students being predominantly Liberal and Labour. But I think people in our area have more of a common sense policy. It's more working man, white van man. A lot of people that kind of get up in the morning, do their shift and go home at night and spend time with their family. We don't have massive amount of students other than the south of Portsmouth. And it's an interesting demographic. I mean, as I say, the area, so it's an interesting demographic. You can literally go. I mean, my ward in Paulsgrove, for example, has got the second most deprived area in Hampshire. It's real low amounts of poverty. But then in the same wards, you've got an area called Port Solent, which is one of the wealthiest parts in our area. So you have got a real mix of people there. And I think, you were saying about, obviously, you've heard of me and stuff. And I think what's been interesting and what I've done, especially last year, which is you probably now got a lot of stick for, a hell of a lot of stick for, was I started talking about things that people were uncomfortable about talking about. I was the one that actually, nationwide, I was the one that discovered that migrants were being put in HMOs. The government never told anybody about that. And we had residents approach us and say, we know there is migrants in our houses next door to us, and we were told, nope, that's not happening, that's impossible. And I spent about 2 months investigating this across Portsmouth to find out there was actually loads, and we ended up getting enough proof that the MP had to admit to it. She was aware of it and admit to it, and then all of a sudden there was a big news story about it, and it became a national news story, and the Home Office had to release all the figures and all the stats and everything else like that. So we've been really busy making sure that the public are aware of things that they otherwise wouldn't be aware of. And we're also the city in Portsmouth, you probably know, that started giving migrants 40% off kayak lessons and free beach huts and free coffees and something called a leisure card. So we've done a lot of work over the last year, and it's been good, and it's been challenging, because the second you speak against the system, the second you start kind of questioning that system, you become a target, essentially, which is what has happened. But, you know, you're doing the right thing, and you're making people be fully aware of what is going on in their local community, which they should be.
Yeah, it's really interesting that you pointed out the demographic in that area, and I'm sure this applies to a lot of our viewers and listeners' areas as well. You've got North Portsmouth, you've got South Portsmouth, which is heavily student-based because Portsmouth Uni has grown exponentially over the last 20 years. North Portsmouth is Amanda Martin's constituency. She's a Labour MP. She disgraced herself recently when she went to Normandy and raided the kitchen and done all sorts of nonsense over there, alongside Samantha Nibbler, who missed the ferry. These people, it always surprises me, because I wouldn't say that Portsmouth is a well-off area, but like you say, Paulsgrove, where you're representing, is essentially was a prefabricated council estate that was built to house many people that were bombed out during the war. Alongside Lee Park, which is a few miles down the road, was Europe's biggest council estate at the time. Again, built to house people from Portsmouth that were bombed out during the war. These places, as you can imagine, are perpetually working class, and they probably do share the views that you and I do. And then you've got areas like Port Solent and Old Portsmouth, and some more affluent areas around the Portsmouth Island itself, which don't suffer from the consequences of their MP's actions. So what do you make of this, Andy Burnham saying we should share the illegal immigrants around the country? Now, of course, I'm pretty sure I know your answer. My answer too is we shouldn't be here in the first place. But there's part of me that thinks, well, if they got some of these asylum seekers into places, illegal immigrants into places where people feel they're not affected by it, then perhaps they would start to see the truth of the matter. What do you make of that, George?
Yeah, I think to answer that, I think we need to look at the whole demographic as well. I think, you know, what you said about Portsmouth's interesting. For the people listening at home, if they have a look, they'll see that it's two Labour MPs. Reform won the north of Portsmouth in the local election, the percentages, and Liberals won the south of Portsmouth in the local election. It's a very interesting city. But talking about the dispersal of migrants, you've got to remember Portsmouth houses currently, at this moment in time, from the last stats that we got, more migrants than every other area in Hampshire combined, right? So we've got our fair share. Now, we've also just been told, and this has been in the news literally this week and last week now, that Gosport is going to have its own asylum processing centre. They're taking over a Hasler, which is a former hospital and military area, and they've taken over that, and they're going to have 600 migrants housed there. Now, to be clear, there's no consultation, there's no planning permission. We've now just been discovered that needs to be created because it's being bypassed through a national scheme. And we're having these forced upon us in Gosport. Now, in relation to dispersal across other areas, you know, people could argue, well, that's fair, that's balanced. You know, people should have their own fair share. I mean, Winchester, for example, has very, very little, and it's a very affluent area. Yeah. But equally, on the side of that, my problem is that when you start putting people in wealthy areas, the issue is not the fair disposal; it's the fact that they are having larger houses, that they're having more affluent areas, which could be used for people that need the housing. My key point, and I've said this since interviews last year, and I now know that some parties are starting to say it too, I think that all migrants that arrive, without exception, need to be put in detention facilities, secure detention facilities, that They can be processed, they can be looked after, get their 3 meals a day or whatever. But equally, and the most important thing is that they're not released into the wider public, because we cannot allow undocumented people. Now, everybody says on the left, well, how do you know they're bad people? How do you know that they could be good people? Yeah, but how do you know they're not? And it always comes back to that analogy that if you've got a bowl of Skittles and you've got 20 in there and you know that one is going to kill you, would you not, keep picking them out and eat them? No, of course you wouldn't, because that's not sensible. And that's what we're doing in this country right now. And this is why I feel that all of them need to be in a detention center until they're processed and then removed. And I really strongly feel that. And I also think that if you come here illegally, you should never be able to have the right to stay. But equally, there should be easier processing centres abroad where people can process their application. I think we're full. We're full at the brim now. Our infrastructure is struggling. People can't get doctor's appointments, dentist appointments. The school waiting list is crazy. The housing waiting list is crazy. We are full. And I think Reform yesterday announced a really key policy, because at the moment we're bus loading these migrants in, even legal ones, may I add, bus loading them in to take these core jobs in the sectors. And our new policy at Reform was announced yesterday to support more young apprenticeships, British young people, to learn skills like bricklaying, mechanics, electric, servicing, things like that we need to build our infrastructure up.
Yeah, George, you made so many good points there. When we were growing up on the streets of the wider Portsmouth area, stranger danger was a thing. In the 80s, you were told not to talk to strangers. All that's gone now, and it's not a coincidence that stranger danger's gone, because we're allowing strangers into our country. It's like the country's forgotten the stranger danger problem. As you mentioned Hasler earlier as well. Hasler, when I was growing up, was a military hospital, a wonderful extra hospital in the Portsmouth area that members of my family went to when they couldn't go to St Mary's or Queen Alexandra. That no longer exists. It's just stayed there dormant, and now is going to be used to house asylum seekers who are going to roam around Gosport. Another area which has got a really strange demographic, got some extreme poverty mixed with some wealth as well in the Alverstoke area. So that's going to mess up around there. But with regards to Reform, they're the only people who seem to be doing anything about it. And they seem to be the one party that are able to do something about it. I don't want to have the Reform Restore discussion now. I don't think it's relevant to this point. It's relevant to the wider point. But with regards to Reform, this week we've seen the two factions collide again, George. And by which I mean you've got the Zia Youssef right side of Reform, and you've got probably the Robert Jenrick, Tim Montgomery in this case, old conservative parliamentary part of Reform. Do you believe internally in Reform they can really come together and coalesce around Nigel Farage and really help Britain?
The answer is simple. We have to. And I think that's the simple answer. And anybody watching this, just please listen. We have to get together and unite. A lot of us have different political opinions, and most of us are aligned along one kind of pathway. But on that pathway, there is some kind of deviation sometimes. People do have different opinions on our side of politics. But the reason I say so strongly that we have to, and that's regardless of what party you currently like on the right. But you said a really key point, is that Reform are in the position currently to do so. And we have to think logically here. This is the one thing the left are brilliant at, by the way. We saw this in Gorton and Denton, is that they have the ability to put all their personal differences aside with certain personalities or certain parties to vote for the main party that could beat the right. And that's something that we have to do in our side of politics. We really need to start thinking logically about this, and this is why I say we need to. So if there is factions within Reform, and as you have a broad church of people, there's always going to be differing opinions, there's always going to be differing views. I think the key thing with Reform is, and this is something we've always asked from the top down, we've always said that if you have a disagreement in Reform, please have a disagreement with us internally, but keep it in the room. You know, disagree with each other, and you're not always going to get your own way. No one ever does. This is politics. You're never going to be happy 100% of the time, but we need to be united and ensure that at the next general election we get behind whomever is most likely to win in that area. Now, Reform are in the best possible position out of that area currently, and we've got some real incredible talent within our ranks, and we have to get behind that. And this is why the reason I joined Reform from Independent, because Reform are the most plausible option at the moment to take over the government, and we have to unite to ensure that we do not get, and well, not only just another Labour government, but even worse than this. I mean, I think if we had a general election tomorrow, Labour wouldn't win the majority, but the question is could they get a majority with the help of Liberal and Greens? And I'm telling you now, if the Greens have any foot in power in this country, I'm going to be terrified, absolutely terrified. And people may say, and I've heard this a few arguments before, well, Greens are never going to win the majority. And that might be right. That might be a really good point. But as we know from back in the day where we had Conservatives and the DUP, if you remember, DUP managed to get a lot from the Conservatives. And I'd be even more concerned now if Labour had to rely on the Greens to take control or keep control of this country, because what sacrifices would they then give to the Greens? That is what alarms me more than anything. And that is why, regardless of the factionalism, regardless of people falling out online over silly comments or silly things or disagreements, we have to get together. We have to butt our heads together, and we really need to work for the common good. And the common good is this country and its people.
Such a good point. Such a good point, particularly with the way the left are able to coalesce around one thing to get their own way. You can see it internally in the Green Party, where you've got the political Islamic right cozied up to the far left trans order in order to get what they want. One wants the destruction of the West, the other one actually wants the destruction of the West, and then eventually they'll want the destruction of each other. So that leads me on to probably my final question. Thanks very much for coming on, George. Uniting the right. We're going to have to, aren't we? Ultimately, I'm not sure in the first instance Reform can win this alone. So therefore, there's going to have to be some kind of pact between Reform and the Tories. That would be the biggest pact. And maybe even Reform, Tories and Restore if they're still taking 8% share in whatever by-election comes up next. What do you make of that, George?
I think we've got to be sensible, and I hope that people go into conversations with open minds. And if the politicians in the room can't come up to that, then we as the people, and I'm talking as George Madgwick now, not as a councillor, not as anything else, I'm talking as me, the person that is also watching this show, I'm talking about as a resident of this country. If the politicians are unable to do this for us, then we must do it ourselves. And I know that Bruce Unfiltered recently shared a link where people can go on and see who is the most likely person to win in their area from the right wing, and that's what we must do. But I'm very confident there's a lot of sensible people within parties that understand the demographics, understand the polling, understand how it is local. I mean, look at Nigel Farage. Let's give Nigel Farage's credit where credit's due for a moment. You know, he stood the Brexit party down back in that infamous election, shall we say, against Boris Johnson. Now, he was let down by Boris. You know, he didn't get what he thought he was getting when he stood down. But what I'm trying to make the point of there is that at least there is good faith there. We know that the parties can do this. They can get on. They can do things that benefit the people and the general population. But it is so vitally important. And we need to stop arguing. We need to stop arguing on our side of politics. Social media is rife with it. And even in Reform, like myself, if I put a comment up that is slightly against, say, for example, Restore, I will be bombarded. We need to stop doing that. We need to be able to self-criticize one another and self-reflect on each other's views, but without attacking one another. That's the key point. We need to unite behind one another to ensure that these Green Parties, Liberals don't take in. Because I truly believe, Paul, I am absolutely dead certain that if we do not collectively or singularly win the next general election, I honestly feel this country is on a path of no return. I genuinely believe that. I think we're at a precipice now, and we're literally at 1 minute to that precipice, and we're either going to go that way or that way. And I think that the next general election we have as a people to decide, and I truly hope that we collectively make the right decision.
Oh, now, George, eloquently and articulately put. That is a message I can definitely get behind. Look, you and I should catch up and have a cup of coffee, maybe do 500 press-ups together, sort of thing alpha guys like you and I would do at the weekend. But until next time, George, and I will definitely get you back on the show because you are very much the voice of reason and of the common man and woman, George. Tell people where they can find you in between now and then.
I'm on Facebook and X is the main things. So just search George Madgwick. You'll find me. It's on the screen now, as you can see at the bottom. So yeah, just find me and talk to me. And as I say, the best thing is if any of you disagree with me on there, come and chat to me. But always chat to me respectfully. I'm always open for a debate. We always should be in this country. We should be happily to debate and to share our views. And please feel free to do so.
George, thanks very much. Look after yourself. Have a great weekend, mate. Take care.
Thanks, mate.
Well, I thought that was a great interview with George. I really do admire George. I've not had the chance to speak to him for that long yet until now. Wanted to get him on the show. We've got a super chat.
Yes, we do.
We do. What's the super chat? I didn't see that one come through.
Can you read it?
I can't. Well, I can read it actually. Super chat is £20. It's from Principled Uncertainty. The left pulled off their Keir/Andy shift with frictionless ease. We could never do that. That's a good point. As things stand, just shouting facts isn't enough. People need hope, no matter how misplaced. Thanks ever so much, Principled Uncertainty, and a very good point too. I think George made that very well also. We have an issue on the right. We have an issue, and that is that we cannot coalesce around one leader or one idea or one thing of good. We need to be able to do that. If you're out there now listening to me and think, Coxie's going off on one again, what's he on about? I'm restore until I die. I'm reform until I die. Rupert Lowe's an idiot. Nigel Farage is a plonker. I hate Kemi Badenoch. Well, let me tell you something. All three of those people are the only three people combined that can stop the Rainbow Coalition that George Madgwick talked about. After the news, I am back, not with Anna McGovern, who unfortunately is unable to be with us this morning now, but with Pooch. Pooch! We have got Pooch, and I cannot wait to talk to Pooch. He is absolutely fantastic. But let's go to the news now.
Hello, I am Fiona MacLeod. Today marks the UK's first National Day of Remembrance for victims and survivors of terrorism. The Home Office says France is becoming more effective at stopping small boat crossings, intercepting hundreds this summer with new tactics. Prince Harry and Meghan's planned return later this month has reignited questions over their security funding, which PM Andy Burnham has called a private matter. Reports also suggest Meghan may return to acting. The academic who accused the late Cambridge professor Jason Arday of plagiarism has been suspended by his university. School leaders have criticised the relentless GCSE resit cycle for English and maths as simply not working following results day. Meanwhile, UK consumer confidence has risen to its highest level in 2 years, helped by better weather and a Burnham bounce. See you later, alligators. Tomaine Jonas.
Fiona MacLeod. I don't know what it is about Fiona MacLeod, but I really do like listening to the news from her. We've got another super chat. It's from Nanny Lulu. Nanny Lulu is someone that has been following me for a little while now, maybe even years across the platforms. I love her dearly. Nanny Lulu says, and thank you for the £10, Nanny Lulu. Sorry, I've got to leave you. I'll get you later on catch up. Keep up the fantastic work, Poppets. I love the fact she calls us all Poppets. Thank you, Nanny Lulu. I hope whatever you're up to is bringing you joy and having a lovely time. I would like to see Butterworth and Paul Cox wrestle in mud, says Dr. Elongator. Look, no, just absolutely not. But one thing I will do before I come to Pooch is read some of the comments. Now, I've lost it slightly, but Mark Littlewood was in the comments earlier telling us what he's up to and asking if I'd been treating him kindly. I think I have. All I said that is he might have been injured in a wanking incident. Now, for me, that is something, as a friend, I'm showing concern. As a co-presenter, I hope that he has recovered from it. We've got another super chat, a £20 from Uncle Joe. Thank you, Uncle Joe. It's not my uncle, whoever's uncle you are. You can be all of our uncle. For once, BB got stumped by a Cox. No pun intended. I think there was lots of pun intended in that. Let me just go to a few other. South London Sarah says, Pooch, who instigated the MG show, you or MG? Well, I'll tell you what, he's here. Let's ask him. Who instigated the Mike Graham show? Was it Mike or was it you, Pooch?
It was both of us. So Mike had his little thing with talk,
Yep.
And then Mike and I were together and we were thinking, what can we do? And both of us thought, yeah, let's do a Mike Graham show. And it started as the Mike Graham show. We were recording it in my dining room. Then we recorded it at a posh club that we go to. And Mark Littlewood was there. We did a budget special, and that did 250,000 views. It was absolutely fantastic.
You were thinking,
look what the guys have done, by the way. Look what.
Oh my goodness! Look at the revolution. Will we tell them?
Luke has done that. That's amazing.
Luke the Duke. I'll tell you what, the technology here, Luke the Duke, as he will always be known.
And then we thought, let's get a studio. We got the studio. We got it a few days before Christmas. Kitted the whole thing out in there. And then we decided we're going to set up a channel, Mike Graham's UK Live. So Mike is the vanguard of that. Everybody's interested. Everyone's talking about it. So yeah, that's how it happened. So a collab.
We shouldn't forget that Mike Graham is a significant talent in UK broadcasting. This doesn't happen by accident. He didn't just go, oh, we're going to start a channel up, and Pooch supported him alongside other people, and many people did. But it's the viewers that recognised that Mike Graham is a real talent. And they were absolutely devastated when Talk made the decision that they did. But more fool them, because Mike Graham has a voice and he uses it incredibly well.
Yep.
I see this as just the very beginning of a very exciting project.
It absolutely is. What I find fascinating, and I see it close up, is, and you're doing a great job, Paul, but you've said to me how easy Mike makes it look.
Definitely.
He is such a professional, and you're right, Talk, for whatever reason, they got rid of Mike, and fool them, Mike has just done a fantastic job. And this community, we absolutely love it. We love it. It's been the best. Clacton was fantastic. We've got a little live show coming up that will be announced very soon. I haven't even told you about it yet.
Great. I'm involved.
Yeah, you will be. We're going to do a lot of local things. It's going to be an evening show with a morning broadcast, around the country. I think it'd be a lot of fun.
That sounds fantastic.
Coxie, quick bone to pick with you, though.
Yes.
Nanny Lou said she'll see you later. Fine. Someone was talking about some other... Is this your OnlyFans that they're looking at?
So they haven't got it yet. And look, for those who don't know, I very early on in these episodes said that I had an OnlyFans. It was a joke. But Pooch has been on at me, and he's absolutely right. Absolutely right. I will have the Paul Cox OnlyFans up and running by the end of August.
No.
The end of August. Stay tuned, because if you want to see more of me and as much Cox as you can get, then you can tune into my OnlyFans page and pay for the privilege. What do you say to that, Pooch?
Well, what I say, I was lying in bed. I don't sleep too much.
Lying in bed thinking of me?
I was.
Yeah, good. I like to hear it.
Okay, so and what I was thinking was... I was thinking about my nickname. Everyone calls me Pooch, and they always have done from school days. So sometimes when people I don't know, arrive at the door, I say, hello, I'm Paul. And they go, oh, okay. And I said, but everyone calls you Pooch. Call me Pooch. That's the school nickname. I was thinking about Paul Cox, C-O-X. I think of apples. I think of you. I don't think of penises.
No.
But did you get that a lot at school? Were people calling you...
So much like you, I've always had a nickname, but I can actually tell where somebody knows me from by what they call me.
Okay.
If somebody turned up here now and said, hello, Coxer, ER, I would know that I knew them probably from the years 1988 to 1996.
Right.
Which is primary and secondary school. That's how they would talk to me. Cox would probably be the same. Coxie came after I left school when I started work. In fact, many people, I don't ever say, call me whatever. You call me whatever you like, I don't mind. But people affectionately call me Coxie or Coxer or Cox. And it just happens naturally. Like when I first met you, or when I first met Mark Littlewood and we worked on this show together, he just started me, the Coxster. It said, and Wold Bear. That gets cool. That's something incredibly new, by the way. That's something I've only ever heard on here from you guys. But I don't mind. I've always been called Cox, Coxie, Cox. Of course, there was people tried to adopt it and make it negative, but I've never really allowed that because I've never got upset. That's how I've not allowed it. I've never gone, don't call me that. It's just when they do it, I just like, you've made a Willy joke.
The Cockmeister.
Yeah.
I see a comment there. Where did Pooch and Mike first meet and work together? Well, we've kind of gone through this. When I was promoting some music shows, I was a massive fan of the two Mikes, Graham and Parry, and I went to one of their shows, and as a way of kind of inveiling myself into their circle, I said, "Oh, come along to one of my gigs," and that's how we first met. So we then went for a drink, or 19, and then ended up working together. Went to New York. We did lots of live shows. So I've always been a mate of Mike's, and yeah, I'm just enjoying it. He's a great guy, great broadcaster. It's been fantastic. So long may it continue, Coxie.
Yes. Well, Luke.
Comment on screen.
Okay, we've got Hey Mr. Pooch. Hey Pooch. Mr. McLeod also played.
Is that Donald?
Mr.
No, it is. It is.
Yeah.
Well, I hate to bring these things in. So I was interviewed by Liz Truss. Heaven knows why, but I said a similar thing, and Donald said, "Why didn't you mention me?" And it's difficult to mention people who maybe people don't know. But yes, everyone knows Donald. Donald and Mike go back further than myself and Mike, a long, long way. And Donald he is the calm tiller on the ship of UK Live.
Really?
He keeps everything going. Yeah, he's a fantastic businessman, great guy, and a real driving force. So this company was myself, Mike and Donald, 3 ways. We've subsequently got 2 amazing investors, including Kelvin McKenzie. I don't know if I should mention the other one, so I won't. But yeah, it's
Prince Harry, isn't it?
It's good.
So I'll put it out there.
Well, do you know, I wanted to talk to you about this, Prince Harry, apropos nothing. When I sat down, I thought you were talking about the right need to stick together, Farage and Kemi Badenoch. Do you know what? I'm now a lefty.
What's happened, Pooch?
So,
why are you now a lefty?
I'll tell you why. Because Ellie Hodges had Dan Hodges in the studio.
Not related, as we
Not
as
related,
we know.
no. And I thought Dan was very fair, and it was a good interview, and I quite enjoyed it. And didn't
Yes,
say
thanks for
anything.
coming on.
Yeah, exactly. Yesterday, I was working with Lord Ross Kempsall, Guido Fawkes.
Mm-hmm.
They're putting their own studio together, so I went along and gave them a bit of tech advice. So I've got my head in all of the tech things, cables everywhere, microphones, blah, blah, blah. I look up, it's bloody Dan Hodges. He was there. and so I'm thinking, yeah, am I getting infected with leftism?
No,
Can that
I
happen?
don't think Dan Hodges has got that level of power. It's interesting. He goes from saying nothing to nobody apart from online to being in every right-wing studio across broadcasting.
Yeah,
but he was here first with us.
I did want to shout at one point when he was talking to Adam Cherry on the live that they were doing. He said, well, everyone's having a go at Andy Burnham. He had a holiday, but I'm not going to have a go at him for that. No, the guy has been, well, he's been planning, he's in the job 1 week, and he had a bloody holiday, and it is not acceptable. And Mike goes on about it all the time, but I'm just fascinated how left-leaning, how docile, how supine the mainstream media is. Pravda, the Times, you know, they're not holding anyone to account. I long for the days of Kelvin McKenzie. Look at some of these headlines. I mean,
Yeah, this is fantastic
It's
in here, by the way.
hard hitting. Some of the new. We're not getting it anymore.
These are some
we?
of the greatest front pages of our times. And you're right, it feels like a bygone era. It feels like this is a memorial to Great Britain that once was, right up until the 90s. And you're right about the holiday thing. I know people deserve a holiday, but he'd just been in the most powerful job with a country that's on his knees, a great country on his knees. I think he could have just gone, do you know what, I'm going to postpone that till later in the year because I really need to focus. I'd say the same to Mark Littlewood, actually. He's only been here a week. He's gone on holiday. I'm still here.
Yeah, well, okay, so let's go back a bit to January the 5th when Mike started his show. Imagine if after 1 week, great views, everyone's really enjoying it, and then he said, oh, by the way, I'm on holiday next week. Everyone thought, that's a bit odd. Well, do you know what I mean?
Well, don't start.
Yeah, exactly.
Start after your holiday.
Start
Same for Andy Burnham. I can't start. I'm on holiday next week. I think we tend to hold these people in high regard and say, well, they're just like you and I. Well, if that's the case, then shouldn't they do the same in return and start to respect our views and our wishes and look at the optics of that? We are not, we've had a period now of where we've had so much peace, by the way, particularly on our Great British Isle, that we've got very, very lax. And we think that leadership should represent the common man and woman. Well, to some degree it should, but it should also stand above it. It should also say, I represent you, and as such, I'm going to work very hard. This is a privileged job. At some point, you're all going to kick me out. However, all the time I'm in this job, I'm going to work relentlessly. And he is the person who used the word relentless.
Yeah.
And he hasn't worked relentlessly. He's talked about the Smiths, what he calls a bread roll. He's gone on holiday. He brought out a pamphlet saying, please don't rape our women and children. Yeah. All of these things are utterly ridiculous. They do not instill confidence. They're not leadership. And they just show the absolute hellhole we find ourselves in.
But also, it is indicative of the paucity of talent of political figures.
Yes,
how far back do you go before you saw like a real titan in the political sphere? Tony Benn, maybe. Tony Benn was an incredible man. Lord Anthony Wedgwood Benn gets rid of his peerage and was a Labour politician. I saw him live quite a few times, shows as a paying punter. I just don't think we've got that anymore. It's really disappointing.
We simply don't, and that's being echoed in the comments. Lots of lovely comments, by the way.
Someone said, what's pooch short for?
Yes, short, I mean, they don't know, I guess.
No, it's short for my Italian surname that I'm not giving out because Dan Hodges might knock on my door.
Yeah, that's a very good point.
I know.
And that's the last thing you want.
Yeah.
Look, Pooch, when we were off, I want you to talk about something that you spoke to me about when we were off air. You were talking about a problem, a toilet dilemma for gentlemen, Pooch.
Indeed. So this is, I think this might get a few people going in the comments.
This is serious business, so strap in.
It is serious business, so strap in, strap on.
Cocks it up.
So I went into the loos here. They're unisex loos?
Yeah, what would you call them? Yeah, I guess so. They're gender fluid, basically, the room is full of cubicles behind doors. So, and within the cubicles is the sink to wash your hands, the toilet to do your business. Yeah. It's a contained.
And also, even in this posh place, there's a sign saying, "Do not do this on the loo."
Yeah, that's incredible.
There's one saying, "Don't sit on the toilet seat," which is unbelievable.
Because you're not in a third world country now.
No.
Although it might look like it.
So Coxie, my contention, I went in there and I went in for a wee and there was wee all over the seat. I lifted the seat up. Good Lord, indeed. I lifted the seat up. I know all women, not most, all women demand that we put the seat up when we have finished. That's wrong.
Down, you mean?
No, down, sorry, yes. Down when we have finished. So they can come in, they can use the loo, okay, all fine. Trouble with that is, the heathens who wee over seats come in, the seat is down, they wee all over it, and then the girls get there and they've got to do a bit of a clean-up mission, which is never any fun, is it? So I say, everyone, leave the seat up. If you want to sit on it, you put it down, it'll be dry, it'll be clean, it'll be nice. And then when you've finished, girls, yourselves included, put the seat up so that the heathens can wee all over the ceramic, but that seat is kept nice and clean. What do you think?
I think that's incredibly sensible logic. Please do tell us in the comments, by the way, what you do think. And also, if you're a man, and well, it won't be a woman, will it? Let's face it. Let's not go all gender. If you're a man and you've just taken a slash all over a seat and you haven't thought to mop it up, you're an absolute wally.
Yeah.
You wouldn't do it at home, would you? Well, you might do if you're a wally, actually. You might wander into your kitchen sink and do it. But let's assume you're not a wally. Just get some toilet roll. That's the white stuff next to it that you should wipe your bum with. Make sure you're doing that as well. And just wipe it up. Because the people, and you are right, it's women here.
Yeah.
And they are foreign nationals. And do you know what? They're doing absolutely fantastic. The loos here are getting cleaned every half an hour.
Oh, our lovely cleaning lady here, I think she's Peruvian, and every morning I say, "Buen dia," she goes, "Buen dia," or "Morning."
Buen dia, what's that mean?
Buen dia, good day.
Good day.
Morning, buen dia. ¿Qué tal? How are you? I can't wait for Christmas because we at UK Live are going to buy her a lovely hamper, thank her for her work. It is so amazing. I'll go back to that story of Neil Armstrong at Cape Canaveral just the day before the ascent to the moon, which would have been the middle of July 69. He was walking around. He said, I just was looking at this whole thing. I looked outside. There's this 100-meter tall Saturn V rocket, the most powerful thing humans have ever built. I'm going to be sitting atop that. He knew it could end in disaster, hoping it wouldn't. He walked around and he spoke to all the guys in the computer thing, thanked them, went to see the engineers, thanked them, and did this basic thing. And he said, I ran into this janitor who's sweeping the floor. I tapped him on the shoulder and I said, look, thank you so much for what you do. He goes, Mr. Armstrong, I just sweep up. He goes, but we're all part of the team.
Yeah.
We can't do what we do without you. And this is you know, this is how society should be run. And I think people, it's really interesting. Dan Hodges was talking about how Andy Burnham is now looking to support the working classes. The working classes have gone to reform.
Of course. He doesn't
The
represent the
Tories
working classes.
and the Labour. Labour is middle classes, university educated. They're supporting them. What a thing for a Labour leader to say that we're now going to actually actively try and support the working classes. He does not represent them. This is lip service. I heard you saying earlier about 50p on a bus fare. He couldn't give monkeys about that. 3% inflation. Do me a favour. Olive oil. Middle class.
Oh, you are Italian.
Yeah, I am Italian. Olive oil, pasta, tin tomatoes. Tin tomatoes. I can have them on my fry-up or in my pasta sauces. They were like 30p. They're like £1.20 now.
It's mad.
It is absolutely insane. Has anyone got any money, spare money in their pockets? They really haven't. And again, going back to Andy Burnham on his bloody holiday, people can't afford to go on holiday. The Bish was on this morning. He is going on holiday for 4 days. I don't know if it's a financial thing at all. I imagine not, but he hasn't been on holiday since 2003. People cannot afford to go on holiday. Say about going on a UK holiday. It's so bloody expensive. It's absolutely ridiculous, isn't it?
Yeah.
What's your next holiday, Coxie?
I haven't got one, and you and I have discussed this a couple of times. I've become a little bit of a workaholic in recent years. And one thing I will do to say to caveat that is not because I'm hiding from anything, and things aren't that affordable. It's that I feel incredibly privileged to do what I do, particularly working with this team. And by the way, when you talk about community, absolutely everybody here is. We've got Scarlett, we've got Duke, the Duke there, Luke, we've got you, Pooch, there's Eleanor in the other room, Mike's around. Everybody's equal
and
here.
A spare thought for Charlotte today.
Yes, I was going to make a special say to Charlotte, because Charlotte's not with us today, and she's at her grandmother's funeral, and Kai, the Bish, sent a lovely message to her. So Charlotte, if you do see that later, that might make you cry. Certainly brought a tear to my eye when I was listening to it in here. But we are a community here. And I would just say to people, by the way, and I never see any negative comments in the in the comments on YouTube, but just remember that we are all a team. Everything we're doing here, whether it goes right or wrong, we take full responsibility for collectively. Mike sits at the top of that, but Mike never wanders around here like he's the big I am. Luke the Duke does. He's got a crown now, which is something we probably ought to have a chat with him about. But generally, he's pretty much on board. But you are, by the way, and I'm talking to you out there, you are very much part of that team as well. When you comment on here, even if we can't get back to you, and can you imagine that we're doing a live broadcast here? I've got to speak to Pooch. Pooch is excellent. I haven't really got to think about what I'm doing when I speak to Pooch, and then I've got to read the comments. I love them. I'm just going to read out one randomly now. KM says, look at the floor. Men seem to pee on the floor. I don't even know what that's about, but that's your comment. Thank you very much.
On that subject, I was going to say my brother is a tiler, ceramic tiler.
Oh, lovely. That's very skilled.
Yeah, very skilled indeed. But back in the day when he started in the 80s, do you remember people didn't have tiled floors? They had carpet on the floor.
Yeah, in the bathroom. Did you ever have to clean? Like, I have done a bit of housework. I work on houses, not actual housework. Pay people to do that. Yeah. But I don't actually. No. Don't want to set that example. But if you've ever had to pull out a carpet from an old bathroom, particularly if you didn't live there when it got damaged, that's rather disgusting.
So my brother's phrase, whenever we are doing something that we're really enjoying, he will always say, beats tiling behind a bog, because that carpet would just be disgusting, wouldn't it? So, yuck. Anyway, we don't want to know about that.
No, we don't. But let's get to the comments.
We got a super chat, haven't we?
Have we got a super chat? Oh, we have. Let's definitely read the super chat. That's another super chat from Principled Uncertainty.
Yeah, newbie. I love Principled Uncertainty.
Thank you so much. The good news is they have our names and addresses. I'm not sure that's good news. One day they will walk down hospital corridors, check previous tweets, and unplug machines. I haven't a heart to tell you the bad news. Look, Principled Uncertainty. I fear, whilst you're being a little bit cynical there is probably an element of truth in that. Thank you very much for your super chat. Let's get back to some of the other things in here, though. So we've got Vincent Postlethwaite. Absolutely fantastic team of people on your channel, right down to the cleaner. Here. And Wald said, my dad was a carpet fitter, fitting around the bog in the 70s and 80s.
Yes.
Good for him, Handball. Absolutely fantastic. Steve Rushaw, our house in Cornwall had pink shag pile carpet around the toilet. It was disgusting, although very comfortable the first time.
Yeah. Can we do some live production here?
Of course we can.
Luke the Duke, can you give Paul, cut to camera 1 and give him a bit more headroom, please?
Yes, of course.
Yeah, can you see?
The hair's growing.
In the meantime, we'll read this comment out.
Yeah,
Okay,
show me the
go on
comment.
then. Scarlett's got a comment there.
Oh, it's not coming up, but it says, when is Will Geddes on? Please?
Oh, yes, when is Will Geddes on? He will be on after Ellie Hodges. So following this show, Littlewood and Cox show, which runs 10 till midday, Monday to Friday. We have the Ellie Hodges show, which is Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday. That is midday to 1.
Yep.
And then each Friday, Will Geddes will be on from 1 till 2. So please stay tuned. Look, if you're liking what we do, if you're liking what Mike does, and then you like what we do, and then you like what Ellie does, goodness do I have some good news for you. By the end of this year, that will be a full schedule of absolute legends. Talent from top to bottom, even some new talent we're not aware of yet when they enter the competition.
Yep.
And I'm slightly worried about that because there are going to be people out there who are very good at this, and they're going to put me to shame, Pooch. And they're just going to, they've been waiting for years to put me to shame. I mean, I the only reason I do this is because I was begging out there, wasn't I?
You were, yeah.
I was begging. I said, please, Mr. Pooch, give me another sandwich.
Have you ever been to a pub? So
I've done that.
You've done that. Have you ever done a ad hoc stand-up thing when they have an open mic night?
Oh God, yeah, I've done open mic stand up in a pub. Yes, it could be quite harrowing.
Yeah, because I was thinking if you're a great singer and there's an open mic night, you could really show off. But
Yeah.
I just imagine that open mic night would be really, really harrowing.
Well, let me tell you something about that, okay? In order for anyone in comedy to get anywhere, with no exception whatsoever, you do an apprenticeship. You can't just get to the top. Very, very, very difficult to get to the top without an apprenticeship. And that apprenticeship is essentially open mic comedy, which is completely unpaid comedy, often for 5 minutes, with usually an organised event with another 20 open mic comics, all doing 5 minutes too. The audience are very small. Most of them don't even want to be there. You're interrupting their Wednesday night somewhere. If you're any good, you get out of that and you get promoted up to the sort of the lower ends of the professional circuit, where you'll do open spots on professional gigs.
Yep.
So at the lower end of the professional circuit, there are gigs where there are people usually in the middle doing 5 to 10 minutes of free, not getting paid, travelling all over the country. I did this. And then you get up to paid middle spots, which could be all over the country again. For 10 minutes, you might get £50. And then you work your way up, you'll become an opener. And if you're lucky enough or good enough, you'll become a headliner. Or a host as well. And by the way, every time you're at a comedy club and you look at the host and go, do you know what, he could do it? That's because he is doing it. You are a comedian, right? I host a lot of things. A lot of people come up and say, do you know what, Paul? I reckon you could become a comedian. I am. But there is a hierarchy in comedy, and you just work your way up, and you won't get there if you're rubbish generally. Now, that changed somewhat from about 2016, 2017 onwards, where I saw comedy bills being filled with acts that were there to tick boxes. And this, I'm not saying anything out of line here. It's true. It's probably why a lot of our viewers and listeners don't go to comedy clubs anymore if they used to, because they've been along in recent times and thought, why am I getting this political broadcast? I want you to make me laugh. So the open mic scene in pubs is very much a huge part of the comedy circuit, but it can be terrible. I've performed to absolute silence occasionally. In fact, when I started comedy, I did something called the Comedy School, which is in Camden. It's essentially a charity raising money to stop black kids essentially going out into public with knives. Very good charity, run by some very well-meaning people. Keith Palmer won't be watching, absolutely not. But if anyone knows Keith, top guy. Mr. C, a black comedian, top guy. All people that have done great things for their community. I did a showcase for them where in front of 100 very encouraging people, very warm, I absolutely smashed the socks off of it. Did really well. The very next night, I went to my first open mic night, which I paid £5 to play at. Queued up, paid £5, got on there, did exactly the same thing to absolute silence.
Wow.
But it didn't bother me. That's when I knew I was doing the right thing, because I thought, this is what it's about.
That reminds me of the Woody Allen gag when he said that he started off, he said he was taking, he was working in a strip club, taking the girls' clothes as they took them off. He said, $50 a night. He said, but it's all I could afford.
God bless.
Talking of Woody Allen, I think we should ask the audience if they would like the return of the Schaefer tomorrow. What do you think?
Well, not tomorrow, hopefully.
Oh, yeah. Well, no, on his own.
Yes. Oh, right. Yeah. I mean, by the way, do put in the comments, do you want more Schaefer on this channel? I think I know the answer. The answer is going to be a resounding yes.
And the Thought Police. They should go and look at the Thought Police.
Yeah, please do go and look at the Thought Police. If you're on the fence with Schaefer, by the way, just sit and watch one more. I tell you what, you will fall in love with him, whether you hate what he's saying or not. There's something incredibly authentic about Lewis Schaefer. I worked with him most weeks for 3 solid years. And by the way, my first interaction with Lewis Schaefer was at an open mic night in London that he run. And he'd literally MC this thing. You'd go on and he'd come on and say, that was a load of rubbish, wasn't it? Let's have the next load of rubbish. and I remember thinking, who the hell is this guy? I'm working my socks off here.
I was sitting producing the Thought Police, so I'm sitting there and Lewis and Mike are talking. And Mike, I don't know if you know, Mike's written a book called Fake News.
No. Oh, is it? How is it doing okay?
Yeah, it's doing really, really well. But anyway, so he said, but Lewis goes, oh, I'll buy your book. He goes, I won't read it. But he just is so honest in that way.
It's terribly
incredible.
honest. And if you're thinking, is Lewis Schaefer a character on screen for you guys? No. No, Lewis Schaefer is not just a character. If you met Lewis Schaefer today, I mean, first of all, call the police. He's probably wanted.
Yeah.
But he will be exactly the same as you've seen him on air. He will be no different. And if he doesn't want to talk to you, he'll tell you that. Or if he thinks you're ugly, he'll tell you that. If he thinks you need to go on a diet, he'll tell you that. But it's that sort of honesty in the world that's going to keep us all honest, Pooch.
Well, talking about the schedule that UK Live has, I mooted to Lewis that we have a late night with Lewis, 10 till midnight, viewers phone in, Lewis in the studio on his own with one producer, a very brave producer,
yes,
running amok. I think that'd be a great show, wouldn't it?
Yes, as long as that producer wasn't female, young, impressionable, then that would be absolutely good. I think the Duke, he's putting his hand up. What the Duke is saying,
Duke would
I want to work all through the night,
the Duke would
5
do it.
nights a week.
Yeah.
By
the way,
on you, Luke.
a couple of points of clarification. So
then we'll go to a super chat.
Yeah, is Lewis Jewish or not? I can't remember if he's a Jew or not.
I think
has he mentioned it?
He has mentioned it a couple of times. I believe that he is.
Okay, I'm not sure.
Is, yeah.
We need clarification.
We do need clarification. Put it in the chat. What do you think? Is Lewis Schaefer Jewish? Have we got a super chat there, by the way, Scott? We do. The Duke has said yes.
Oh, and that's a small one. What's that say? There we go.
Oh, it's unprincipled. It's principled uncertainty. What wisdom is he going to give us now? You're all going to die. By the way, thank you very much, Principled Uncertainty. We appreciate your money dearly. We all watched the left getting cocky and imploding. Then we wanted the right to do the same. The left morphed, not a bother. But we stand here stunned at what happened. We need to be more honest with ourselves. It's a very, very good point, Principled Uncertainty. We've got lots of comments also here. Lou D, by the way, who is he all over the comments? I think, Lou, I almost feel like I know you, Lou. Do we know each other? Put in the comments, do we know each other? I know we're from the same area. John Denley says that Lewis says he is Jewish. Yes, he does. Margaret says he's a poor Jew. He is. Women, they're horrible. That's what he says all the time. I don't like that about him, by the way. We don't. Pooch and I have had this discussion, but you're not going to stop him. I don't think he means it. The reason I don't think he means it is he's continually talking to women all the time.
And he wants to meet
late
women.
Into the night. He wants to meet women. He wants to marry them. He wants to marry several of them. I don't know if he's Jewish. Maybe he's Muslim. But Lou said that would be Brill Pooch. Yes, he is Jewish from New York. By the way, she's answering that would be Brill to the Lewis Schaefer question, to which everybody has said Absolutely yes. Imagine a late night show on UK Live Online where it was just Lewis Schaefer let loose for a particular amount of time. That could be, it would be award winning if they offered people on the right awards, which they don't.
No, of course not.
Perhaps that's what you should set up, Pooch, the right awards.
I literally am going to.
Oh yeah, I mean, this is the most entrepreneurial. Of course you are.
Yeah,
of course you are.
I am going to. Well, someone will probably nick it now, but I'm setting up a online influencer podcast independent news channel awards, so that all these people. It won't be anyone from the left.
But then there's never anyone from the right, so you wouldn't be doing anything.
No. So
discriminatory.
I think that like we had Bruce Unfiltered on earlier, Lauren the Insider, AY Audits. Have you seen AY Audits?
I have. I've known all these people. Yeah,
they're the best. So I think we need an award ceremony for all of these people to be recognised, because most of them start off on a wing and a prayer, like you with comedy, but the online world, you're earning no money. You have to buy yourself a camera, you buy yourself lights, you go onto YouTube to learn how to work them, and then you sit there and then you hope you produce content, and it's a really artistic endeavour, but it's also hard work, and I admire these people immensely.
I would say, probably unbeknownst to maybe most of the audience, is a lot of people that you see on your screens, particularly in the independent space, that have got a following, have not got there by accident, and they would have got there at their own expense. Every single one of them would have got there at their own expense. Even the ones that are successful, that have got funding and backers, at some point, every one of those funding and backers would have started out with multiple failures before they had success. That person, the talent, would have started out with multiple failures before they had success. Look, we're going to do a little bit more of this. We're going to do it after the news. Let's go to...
Okay, well, after the news, can we just... I need some clarification on this, because it's probably an HR issue.
Maybe. If we got HR.
Yeah, well, yeah, me.
Oh, right, yeah.
Also, you said everyone in the chat is really nice. We had an audio problem again earlier. By the way, audio is the hardest thing. Someone was really horrible, so we just banned them.
Brilliant. And by the way, if you are going to be really horrible out there, we would like to just say we think you're a dick. And
Nice.
that'll be the end of you. Goodbye.
And so talking about dicks, we need to get to the bottom of this Mark Littlewood being caught doing this accident,
So
the W word. So can we go to that after the
Yeah, we'll
after
come
news?
back with more information about what happened to Mark during his special low times. But let's go to the news now.
Hello, I am Fiona MacLeod. Today marks the UK's first National Day of Remembrance for victims and survivors of terrorism. The Home Office says France is becoming more effective at stopping small boat crossings, intercepting hundreds this summer with new tactics. Prince Harry and Meghan's planned return later this month has reignited questions over their security funding, which PM Andy Burnham has called a private matter. Reports also suggest Meghan may return to acting. The academic who accused the late Cambridge professor Jason Arday of plagiarism has been suspended by his university. School leaders have criticised the relentless GCSE resit cycle for English and maths as simply not working following results day. Meanwhile, UK consumer confidence has risen to its highest level in 2 years, helped by better weather and a Burnham bounce. See you later, alligators. Tomena Jonas.
Thank you, MacLeod. If only you were real. Well, each day while Mark Littlewood is away, repairing from his, well, let's just call it masturbation gate, he was caught in a rather tricky predicament, and he managed to sprain a whole bunch of things that I probably can't mention on air. I'm going to be joined by a presenter buddy in the final hour of the show, and I'm very pleased to say my presenter buddy today is the comedian, commentator, Italian-Iranian Nick DeSanto.
Hey, Paul.
How you doing, mate?
Very well. Thanks for having me.
My pleasure, mate. I always enjoy your company. When you just came to the studio, you and I were talking about this is the anniversary of the fall of Kabul. And it's not been mentioned a great deal, but largely not because the papers don't want to mention it, but have you seen how much nonsense is in the paper to discuss? So perhaps we should talk about that a little bit. What do you make of all this?
Yeah, good to be back with you. Obviously, I have very good memories of working with you previously.
Yeah, we had headliners. We had some great times.
Yeah, good times. Well, Paul, every August, I'm a bit sad now. This was the 5th anniversary of the fall of Kabul to the Taliban, and no wonder the US, UK, Westerners don't want to talk about it, because it was a failed project, right? And also the disgraceful way the Americans and hence the rest of the NATO allies had to withdraw from Kabul, and we saw people hanging down from the airplanes at the airport and all that. But I think it's a good warning sign, because when you look at what the Taliban have done, what Islamists do when they take power, it is a good model and indication of what they might do when they take power elsewhere. So you see the Taliban, they have confined women to their houses. They have banned women from universities, banned women from employment, banned women from traveling solo. So it's not hard to imagine that if they take power here in Britain or in Europe, they will do exactly the same things. But they will not stop at that. They will also do some bad things, probably. So I think it's if you think
they might
Paul,
they might do some bad things also.
If you think Islamists take over in the West and suddenly Western women will have to stop being superficial, self-entitled whores, you're right. But at what price, Paul? That's my question.
At what price indeed?
At what
Just
price?
so you know, everybody, Nick is partially joking. But as we've learned this week, that behind every joke is a lot of truth. And you're absolutely right. I think a lot of people don't mention this as part of Biden's legacy because they don't remember him doing much other than stumbling his words and walking into walls and stuff. But that was a huge disgrace. The Americans, and us to some degree, just abandoned Afghanistan and just went, do you know what? It's all yours now. And then just pulled out. Just pulled out and just left people there basically to die. And we saw those harrowing scenes. But you're absolutely right in terms of the culture, in terms of what the leadership in somewhere like Afghanistan now means for Westerners, means for liberal democracy. It means nothing. Those things mean nothing. Women are second-grade citizens if they're lucky. Now, whilst you jest, we are seeing an influx of people in small boats, and I would suggest that maybe 98 to 100% of them are of the Muslim faith, and not just the sort of westernized Muslim faith where they want to assimilate and they also want to be able to follow their religion simultaneously and respect the culture of the country they're in. These are the sort of backwater Islamists that are most likely to be recruited for some rather dastardly acts at some point. And with them comes a whole culture, which is why we have to have pamphlets telling them not to touch people and not to rape them.
As if
and that women have got independent thought and they don't need a man to tell them what to do. But you're absolutely right, aren't you? I mean, have you any experience of this yourself? Have you ever seen any of this in your travels around the world or in Iran?
Well, where to start? First of all, when you start giving pamphlets to the new arrivals, telling them that, a miniskirt is not permission to sex assault, I think that's a good indication of who you should not be letting in. And I was on another TV show with another commentator, and he was like, because this was the news that the government of Denmark, even though a socialist left-wing government, is cracking hard on mosques and Islamist activities. And he was like, well, maybe the government of Denmark must be nice to these asylum seekers, because should they go to war with the US over Greenland, these Muslims can fight for them. And I said, how would they fight for Denmark where they didn't want to fight for their own country in the first place? You have men of fighting age coming to our countries claiming that their place is on fire. In some cases it is, like Syria. In some cases it is not, like Pakistan or Senegal,
Yes.
But they wouldn't want to fight for their own country. And people say, well, if the country is at war, why wouldn't they bring their kids and children, right? And you say, well, they're clearly on holiday. And people say, well, if they're on holiday, they would have brought their kids and children with them to Europe. These people have never been on holiday with their wife and kids, you know, because when you go on holiday with your wife and kids, you realize it's not exactly a picnic, right? So I believe them when they come here on holiday and they leave their kids and children.
I mean, you try to get the wife and kids on a ferry to France. I don't know how difficult it would be to get them on a small boat from France to the UK. But I think, it's voices like you. We see this across particularly centre-right and right-wing broadcasting now. Voices of migrants, people that weren't born in this country, that have associated with communism or politicised Islamism and are warning. You know, Konstantin Kisin, for instance, talks, has a Russian background, has a Ukrainian wife, grew up in communism. His father was persecuted for...
Right now, some viewers are like, what? He's not Konstantin Kisin?
Yes. Yes. Oh, well, you're not Konstantin Kisin.
No, I'm not.
Can you imagine? Yeah. We've got,
but we've never been seen in the same room. We've never been seen in the same room.
No, that's true.
Apart from Trigonometry's birthday last year.
Oh, right. Yeah, that's good to know. But why do people not listen, Nick? Why do people listen to people like yourself and just go, he doesn't know what he's talking about. He's just a bad egg from that culture.
Well, it's very easy to be a communist if you have never experienced communism. You know what I mean? In Italian, we say everybody is gay with other people's bum. Right? Okay.
Let's just repeat that. In Italian, you say everybody's gay with other people's bum.
Exactly. Because
basically saying it's a bit like, it's a bit like the NIMBYs, it's a bit like the Lib Dems, it's a bit like the people in the Green Party that don't realise they're being overtaken. It doesn't matter, does it? We're just being kind.
Yeah. Whereas if you have seen like Konstantin, if you have seen the communism, or if you've seen like myself, the Islamism, if you are a Cuban American who has in Florida, who has lived Cuba, has escaped from Cuba, you know what we are dealing with. Well, we have some college graduates and white Karens, and we are all the same. We are not the same. Afghanistan shows it. We just if you hug them just hard enough, if they do terrorism, it's because you haven't hug them hard enough. Meanwhile, they're like, no, I was not poor. I was born in Tunbridge Wells. My dad was a dentist. We just hate you. How can we tell you? We just hate you, and that's all there is to it.
And they hate themselves, I fear, with this. And I don't say that with any glee. I think there's an echelon of British society that have drunk the Kool-Aid. They've grown up in the same period I have, where they've constantly been told that Great Britain is bad, the Industrial Revolution was bad, all colonialism was bad and never brought any good to the world. And they feel like they're having to repay a debt that they never owe. And they feel that they're seen, because of identitarianism, they're seen by the wider community as someone who is partly responsible, which is where reparations come from. And we saw Alex Scott this week, absolutely deliciously. Alex Scott, the BBC presenter, who has essentially made a career in women's football and then later on in broadcasting, but on the back of this whole commodity of victimhood. She is a black lady, or at least she is mixed race, a mixed heritage. And she's been a proponent of reparations. Lo and behold, she goes on Who Do You Think You Are?, the Ancestry program in the UK. I think they've got it in America too. And she discovers that her great-great-great-grandfather, who was black, was a slave owner and owned 12 slaves. All of a sudden, Alex Scott owes more reparations than everybody on the right combined.
Exactly. That was a sweet, sweet episode, a lot of poetic justice. But that's the thing. The woke, it's all about social justice and equity, right? Equality of outcome. And because they haven't achieved equality of outcome, then they want to destroy the West, to bring everybody down. They were waiting for other people to catch up in terms of technology, in terms of art, in terms of performance at schools, but it didn't happen for whatever reason. So what did they come up with? Okay, maybe mathematics is racist, maybe classical music is racist, maybe our architecture is racist, maybe British countryside is racist. Because other civilizations and cultures couldn't catch up for whatever reason, let's bring down the West. So a lot of this open borders, let them bring in, every TV commercial is mixed race, is because they want to destroy the West. And then there's this unholy alliance between these lefties and the unscrupulous, greedy capital corporatism. Surprise, surprise. Ironically, because they want cheap labor. The faceless multinationals, they want a borderless, they didn't want Brexit, they want a borderless world with a population which doesn't have God, doesn't have national identity. Everybody's beige and everybody's happy to consume Amazon Prime and watch football and order Deliveroo because that means cheap labor for them. And the biggest irony of all is that the left, who once used to fight for the working class, is now in cahoots and in coalition with this faceless multinational corporatism in order to bring in as much possible cheap labor into our countries, so that everybody is a slave and everybody is just a serial number. Everybody is an atomized consumer. And I think that's the biggest threat.
Pooch was saying this on the show a little bit earlier, that the Parliamentary Labour Party now are having to make statements to say how they're going to support the working classes. That would have been totally inherent in everything they did up until about 30 years ago. But previous to that, the Labour was obviously born out of the working classes. It was born out of the unions. It was born out of support for the working man and women. It's simply not the case anymore. It's the bourgeoisie.
Hence, they have to come up with these statements.
It's represented by people who seriously don't understand the path they're taking us down. Because usually when there's a bit of a revolution, we have some understanding of what the alternative looks like in the future. And everybody goes, that's what we're seeking. Now, these people, because they don't learn from history or simply don't understand history, are saying, well, we're going to take you to communism, we're going to take you to socialism. Have you not seen how wonderful that is? Please, don't open that history book, please shut that history book. They have no understanding of what they're asking people for. And when people like myself and people like you have come to the country because it's the West and because it's democratic and because there's capitalism and because there's freedom and sovereignty of self, we're saying, look, that's been tried and tested. Whilst capitalism isn't the best, it's the best of a bad bunch, you get freedom. You get multi-party systems. You get to go to work if you want to.
You get cheap bread.
You get cheap bread. And you know what? There is a hierarchy within that, and people don't like hierarchies. But ultimately, you get a much better existence. I don't want to be somebody who doesn't have choice of what I'm doing. I don't just want one party to vote for who tell me because they're the biggest state in the world that I need to do this and I need to think this way. And do you see this anyway? Give us a little bit of your history, actually, because you're from Italy. You've got an Iranian ancestry as well. How does this influence your thinking?
Well, it's inescapable, isn't it?
Yeah,
and they say comedy must come from a true place. So I was born in Italy, but because my father was an Iranian diplomat just before the Iranian Revolution, and that was that was the unholy alliance between the communists and the Islamists par excellence. And we never learned, because communists believed that, okay, in order to bring down the Shah, the monarchy, who was the pro-Western, pro-Israeli agent of the Middle East, let's ally with these Islamists. They will pave the way, and then we come to power and get them out. But it was the other way around, right? So the Islamists obviously used the useful idiots, which were at that time the leftists, and we know the rest is history, and we know how the Middle East has been since 1979. Anyway, long story short, my father had the brilliant idea of taking me back to Iran in the 80s, when I was... what
a great time to go after the revolution.
Not the fancy pants Iran of nowadays, but the 80s with still rationed food and the longest war of the 19th century to 20th century against Iraq, and I had the pleasure of doing my high school in Iran in those years. So I saw what Islamism was like. Then I moved back to Italy, to the city of Bologna, which is the stronghold of the left, the birthplace of the Italian Communist Party, which used to be the biggest communist party in the West. And I saw how these communists still had a chip on their shoulders because the Anglo-Americans captured Italy at the end of the World War II rather than the Soviets. So we ended up becoming a powerhouse of the Western world, a member of G7. How terrible. We should have been on the other side with Stalin. And that's why they hated Berlusconi, who was Italy's Trump, and he was Trump before Trump was Trump. So
hell of a lover as well.
Exactly. But a lot of it was exaggerated. What he would take it, why not? I
would take it. Look.
And it was separated. It was not even a moralizer or anything. So my point is, I've seen firsthand Islamism and a bit of, not to the degree of Konstantin Kisin, but I've also seen what communism is capable of. Or not capable of because of the NATO bases in Italy, and that somehow informs also my comedy.
There's so much wonderful feedback for you in the comments. Denise Fletcher said, Nico is a really interesting guest. You are a really interesting guest, mate. We've got another really interesting guest. Please stay there, and I'll come back to you after Lempit Opik. But we've got Lempit Opik down the line. How you doing, Lempit? Lovely to speak to you.
Oh, not bad at all. Yeah, sorry about the horrible, boring green screen. What a
no,
shocker.
That's okay. That's no worries at all. I get to see more of you.
Do something more creative with it than just that.
What would, if you had a choice, what would be behind you?
The Arc de Triomphe, I think.
The Arc de Triomphe,
because
very
there's still something
answer.
quite romantic. Despite the rather edgy conversation you just had with your great friend there, it made me feel slightly romantic about the old days when you could say stuff like that without getting arrested. No doubt there'll be the thought police outside the studio when you finish today. But Paris has been ruined, and I was thinking that the Arc de Triomphe and basically the Eiffel Tower and all that's symbolic of the very first school trip I made in 1977 when France and Paris really was romantic. Now it's a cesspit. Unfortunately, migration has utterly ruined it, and they have signs in the street saying "Do not defecate in the street." I mean, that's how much has gone. So that's what I'd like. I'd like the old-fashioned Arc de Triomphe right behind me now.
Yeah, very interestingly, and quite late, as I'm in my mid-40s, I went to Paris for the first time in 2025. I actually took my daughter, had a bit of a father-daughter weekend away because she's doing A-level art, and there's parts of Paris she was incredibly interested in. And there were parts of Paris that I was warned about but wasn't quite ready for. And I'd booked a rather cheap hotel in a rather sort of less salubrious part of Paris, which gave my daughter... Yes, well, it gave my daughter quite the cultural experience. We were okay, it was fine, but it wasn't how I imagined Paris to be in certain parts. Obviously, I went down to the Arc de Triomphe and the Eiffel Tower, etc. And around there, largely, it's still pretty okay. But there are plenty of people wandering around there that, for the want of a better word, would be undesirable in a cultural Western society. And that's kind of what's being eroded away. Now, I'm not of the mind to say that absolutely, nobody should travel and everybody in a Western democracy should look and feel and say certain things. But we have to understand what that culture is before we can protect it. And we'll get on to something in a minute, but you just struck something in my mind there, Lempit. And that's that we are degrading the culture that our forefathers and foremothers worked so hard to preserve for us.
Yeah, my parents were migrants. They came from from Estonia. They had to, because if they had stayed there, they would have been, the euphemistic word is liquidated, but that just means killed by the Soviet system. But when they came here, they taught me, I grew up in Northern Ireland, a very simple rule, and I swear by this myself. Embrace a culture that embraces you. Don't force your culture into the one that's accepted you. And that's not what's happening anymore. Fundamentally, it's fine to come from anywhere as long as you actually don't try to usurp the culture that you're arrived in. My biggest problem, though, is cultural relativism, which means, come and do whatever you like. We'll accommodate your Sharia courts, all of that. That's absolutely fine. It's not fine. And Paris is an example of that. The place is a tip. Now, as you say, the actual main tourist attractions are protected, but you don't only have to go a couple of streets and you find shanty towns of people living in the street and defecating in the street, and women walking through there. They're not safe. So the problem we've got, and this is one reason I've totally lost faith with the parties like the Liberal Democrats and the Greens. The problem is they don't understand that we actually have a valid culture. If you want Sharia courts, go to a country that has them. Don't bring them here. If you want to have abuse of children, well, frankly, that shouldn't be allowed anywhere, but certainly don't import that disgusting practice to the United Kingdom. But instead, this neoliberal, namby-pamby nonsense has now created a society where it's all right to make no effort to integrate at all. Huge swathes of Britain now where you just don't feel like you can identify. And that's the problem. Complete antithesis of what was happening in the 40s when my parents came here.
And it's fascinating because obviously, Lempit, and many people will know this, but you were a Liberal Democrat MP for many years. In fact, you were head of the Welsh Liberal Democrats for 6 years in the early 2000s. I can't imagine hearing a Liberal Democrat today talk that way, not publicly. They would be afraid to, because that would be seen as detrimental to other cultures. no thought for our own, of course. And what you're saying is not outrageous or disrespectful. You're just pointing out the obvious. You're noticing. What do you make of the Liberal Democrats today?
Invisible, irrelevant, and uni-party. When I was in the Liberal Democrats, I joined, I think, in 1989 after a very inspirational leader, Paddy Ashdown, met with me, and I became persuaded that he really could be a good leader and would have been a good prime minister. When I joined then, the party actually stood for something. It genuinely believed in liberalism. It believed in independence of thought. It believed that you can do more or less anything you want as long as you don't harm other people. That's all gone now. Unfortunately, ever since Nick Clegg, the most catastrophic leader in the history of the party, brought his morally bankrupt agenda, which is really just self-serving, into the party, it's never recovered. Now, Ed Davies, the leader now, most people probably don't even know what he looks like. I used to share an office with him. Nice guy, but he's not really taking the party anywhere. His gormless attempt to entertain by going to Thorpe Park and everything made him more like an extra from the in-betweeners than Parliament. And as a result, the party's just fading into oblivion. The Lib Dems used to be the party that won by-elections, and I was heavily involved in that in the 90s, when I helped to build the party into something respectable and electable. But now Reform's taken that mantle. What are the Lib Dems for? All the things I've said, you're right. Oh, you shouldn't be saying that. And you shouldn't be promoting intolerance towards foreigners. That's not the point. If you want so badly to come to the United Kingdom that you're willing to throw your passport in the sea and land illegally on the beaches of Dover, then presumably you want to come here because you like our culture. Not so. What you want to do is get our benefit system and impose your own culture. The Lib Dems would probably totally disagree with me. I don't know what their border policy is, but it's never really discussed. So we now have an excuse of a Liberal Democrat Party, and it's hardly surprising that Reform UK have really taken the rebel yell from them, and for many people are thought of as the hope to try to fix things.
Yeah, I'm so glad you think that way, Limpet, because there would have been a time, perhaps even in the early 2000s, where I was in my early 20s, and I would probably have considered voting Lib Dem as an alternative to Tony Blair's Labour at the time. By that time, I was starting to get a little bit fed up with New Labour. I was 18 when Tony Blair came in, and Lib Dem were a real other offering, which they simply not anymore. Also, what's been lost as part of this modern politic is free speech. And I wanted to get on to what I really wanted to talk to you about, which was Nathan Confas, who was the guy who broke the story on Jason Arday. What's the latest with that, Limpet?
Well, it's a disgrace, a total and utter disgrace. In a way, my backdrop here is representative of what's gone wrong. Somebody who was a leader of a Green Party, I think he's the rector of Ghent University, has suspended him. Let's remember the story here. Cambridge University employs somebody who clearly they didn't check for qualifications, and that's the late Jason Arday, because apparently he's passed away, and everyone's celebrating how great he is, even though apparently he couldn't speak till he was 11, couldn't read and write till he was 18. Really? And then apparently he ran a marathon with a broken leg. All these amazing achievements. And then it turns out maybe he wasn't telling the truth and that he may be plagiarizing. So he resigns, which does suggest there may have been some element of accuracy in what was exposed. And then he passes away. And what's the man's reward for this intelligent investigative journalism? He gets suspended from an academic institution, the very institutions that should actually be supporting free speech. And remember, free speech isn't about saying things that don't offend. It's about telling the truth and protecting people's right to offend, because I don't think anyone can give offense. You can only take offense. But unfortunately now, in this terrible tale, where there is one culprit, which I'll come to in a minute, the man's been told, because you exposed this appointment as being pretty much a fake one, you are going to be suspended. What on earth is all that about? All this claim that it's about racism. The implication is, therefore, if you're a foreign national or if you've got foreign ethnicity, like I have, you can lie your way into jobs. That's great. Then Cambridge should operate a basis of employing me as a professor without checking my background. And the real culprits are Cambridge. Cambridge have absolutely besmirched their reputation and now hiding behind all this righteous indignation, probably about as green as this. What I want, let's see if I can even do this. What I want is to bring the colour back into life. Yeah, that worked quite well, actually. I want to have people who are willing, as if by magic, I want to have people who are willing to look into the sky. Instead of looking down, looking up, thinking about the potential, thinking about what human beings do best, and that's argue and discuss and think about things. Imagine how boring your relationship would be if you only ever agree with the other person. But that's where we're heading. This is a spit in the face of freedom of expression and an indirect tip of the hat to the wokerati who are currently destroying this country, and back to the cultural relativism, feeling that we have to apologize for everything, even though in the last 5 centuries, the greatest achievements of the human race have generally come from the West.
Powerful words, Lambert. I can't help but agree with absolutely everything you said there. And unfortunately, if we just take Jason Arday's demise and his very sad suicide, concerning, you know, he was a father and obviously a son and things like that, and just put that to one side, it still leaves the whole of the rest of the story. And I feel as if many aspects, particularly the ultra progressive left, have used this as an opportunity to recapture the narrative. They could feel the narrative slipping away. They could feel DEI being questioned in perhaps a way it's never been questioned before. And all of a sudden they've taken it back. They've gathered in Trafalgar Square and they've said, no, it's still the racists. And leading the racists is Nathan Confas, and it's simply not true. His crime was noticing, and not just noticing, bringing it to everybody else's attention. And once they brought it to everybody's attention, we've now been punished, guys like you and I, for talking about it openly. If you're presented with such a fantastical story, we'd be remiss not to mention it. Surely, no matter what capacity you're in, you'd be remiss not to mention it.
This absolutely right. This is a salutary warning about what's happening to the Enlightenment, to the age of reason. We're now going to the end of reason, where rather than celebrating some assiduous work by Nathan, he is being punished for speaking up. Now, he did a very good interview with another outspoken person who suffered. That was David Starkey. Fairly long interview about this, both of them having been harangued by academic institutions for the audacity of not following the conventional wokerati norms. And basically, what we're learning here is that in this period of end of reason, we positively discriminate, which basically to me is anathema. I always fought against that when I was in university. I always fought against it when I was an MP. What does positive discrimination mean? It means that you don't employ on merit. You employ on ethnic characteristics or gender characteristics. Put simply, it means you don't have to be the best person in the room. You just have to fit some sort of tick box exercise to look woke, to fit the quota. That is destructive trash. It's nonsense. And it necessarily diminishes the situation in terms of education, for example. Think about it this way, for example. What we're talking about is all those people who studied under Professor Jason Arday were being robbed. I mean, they were basically being robbed of an education because he wasn't qualified to do the job. In Cambridge University. Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. One more thing about this. We will get trouble because apparently in today's world, blank lives matter. You can employ blank minds as long as they fit the stereotypes that we're being expected to bring on board. Interestingly enough, of course, there's nothing British about me at all apart from my passport. Estonian name, Estonian heritage, but I fit in because that's what I was taught to do. I never played the race card, though theoretically, if Estonia had been on the equator, I'd been right up there as a professor at Cambridge University. But it happens that I don't look like that. I don't have dreadlocks. And I could speak when I was 11. I could read and write well before I was 18. So therefore, I easily fit the characteristics, but I don't look like it. That's how superficial these people are. And they're a disgrace to the Enlightenment.
Well said, Lynn. Thanks ever so much for coming on the show. We'll get you out here again. You're greatly missed from politics, actually. Never thought I'd say this, but you really are, a voice of reason now in this absolutely mad, mad world. Please enjoy your weekend, sir, and we'll see you again very soon on UK Live.
Nice
online.
of you to say so. I wish you'd been there in 2010 when I lost my seat.
I probably wouldn't have voted for you then, mate. But thank you all the same.
You wouldn't. I wasn't allowed to be sensible. I'll just tell you this very short thing. I was doing a talk on a ship under the headline, I'm an ex-MP, get me out of here. It was about the clash between politics and celebrity. And this man, about 800 people in the room, this man said, I came here because I thought you'd be rubbish, but you're not as bad as I thought. And I said, that's the thing about me. I only have to be average to impress.
And long may that continue. Take care, Lempet. Have a lovely weekend, sir.
See you
Goodbye.
soon.
Oh, wow. I think that was a fantastic interview. And people are saying that in the comments too. Absolutely love. Lempet says, just take me back. Sorry, I have to read because they're all squished together. Kez K, thank you, Kez K, said, to me, really, you should call them aggressive left and not the progressive left. And do you know what? I might start doing that. That's very true. We're going to come back and talk to Nick about everything that Lempet said after the news. Let's go to the news.
Fiona MacLeod. Today marks the UK's first National Day of Remembrance for victims and survivors of terrorism. The Home Office says France is becoming more effective at stopping small boat crossings, intercepting hundreds this summer with new tactics. Prince Harry and Meghan's planned return later this month has reignited questions over their security funding, which PM Andy Burnham has called a private matter. Reports also suggest Meghan may return to acting. The academic who accused the late Cambridge professor Jason Arday of plagiarism has been suspended by his university. School leaders have criticised the relentless GCSE resit cycle for English and maths as simply not working following results day. Meanwhile, UK consumer confidence has risen to its highest level in 2 years, helped by better weather and a Burnham bounce. See you later, alligators. Tamena Jonas.
Well, thank you, Fiona MacLeod. What a beautiful woman. Shame she's not real. However, thanks so much for all of you out there. It's not the end of the show, but I wanted to just pause for a sec. We've got some wonderful comments coming in, and there's still thousands and thousands of you watching. Thanks so much. I don't take this for granted, by the way. I understand Mike Graham is a huge talent, and I'm very lucky, and so is Mark Littlewood, to inherit his audience after his show. But many thousands of you are sticking around. Many thousands of you are getting engaged, and you're saying wonderful things about the show. So thank you very much for your support. Really do appreciate that. I want to talk back to Nick DeSanto now. Nick, that interview with Limpet Opic, which I can't seem to say today, I'm so sorry, Limpet, was fascinating, actually. That was a Lib Dem MP from the 2000s. Now that would be considered maybe somewhere between reform and restore. I mean, that's how much politics is moving. What did you make of Limpet's interview?
Because the goalposts have shifted. Obviously, the Labour are no longer the Labour. And this is true of the entire West, right? The Democratic Party of the US is totally unrecognizable. The left in Italy, Germany, and so on. And Lib Dem, no exception. They are neither Lib nor really Dem, because where is the democracy when you import your voters to the detriment of the natives? Very interesting. Cultural relativism. That is a big. That is the curse of our age, right? I've always said there are two kinds of cultures: the cultures that ended up manufacturing planes and cars, and the cultures that make spices and acid attacks. Right? So we need to make a distinction. And after all, if those cultures are so good, why would they move here? Nobody's queuing to go the other way around. So it means our culture has been capable of generating liberty, prosperity, because the proof is in the pudding. Who is queuing to come here? But then they say, no, what is Britain? Britain is tolerance. Tolerance and free economy, then what is the difference between Britain and South Korea or Belgium? You know,
it's
tolerance
a great misnomer.
is not national identity.
The tolerance thing is, by the way, Lou D63, Fiona is real, Paul. Yes, and so is Father Christmas.
Can I be Fiona's buddy next time?
Yes. Will Kingston says this, guy I work with, an Australian guy, another immigrant but one of the good ones, one of the plain people, not the spice people. And he often says that it's a great misnomer about the tolerance of the UK. The left have adopted this. We can accept it's one pillar of Britishness, but not of British history. I mean, we were famously intolerant. We would come into your land and take everything you had, and it would be ours.
And rightly so.
And rightly so, because we are better.
The Romans
Absolutely
did the
right.
same.
The Romans did the same, and all great empires did. But this tolerance, as Meow Mog is saying, tolerance is costing us. It really is. A great society isn't built on tolerance only. It's built on a certain amount of tolerance. When I studied engineering, electronics engineering, and you're taught about tolerance, particularly in engineering and maths, and it's usually a finite position. Your tolerance is somewhere between here and here, and that's where it can ultimately work. Now, what we're saying is tolerance is everything. We're saying that, hey, come on in, we'll give you a pamphlet, just don't rape.
But first of all, tolerance, my good friend and good comic, Andrew Lawrence, has a bit, we did it in Southampton, your rival territory. But, he says tolerance, I mean, by definition, when you tolerate something, it means it's not good.
Yes.
So if you are tolerating all these things, by implication, we are actually acknowledging that these are not good things. The second thing is that tolerance cannot be a national identity just because we don't kill each other or we try to accommodate you. And they betray their own illogical definition of nationhood when they go and try to rewrite the history. When they say Shakespeare was black and Stonehenge was built by the Windrush generation and the first inhabitant of these isles were black and all. Why are they do that? Because again, they are admitting that to belong to a nation, you need some common, dare I say this right-wing word on live TV?
You say what you like here.
Ancestry.
Oh my
common
God.
ancestry, common roots, language, values, right? So why do you think they are hell-bent on highlighting the contributions of the blacks or the Asians to the point of even lying and blackwashing the history, if you like, because they themselves know that you cannot build a nation as just an economic zone of people who pay taxes and tolerate each other. You need the common ancestry. You need a culture that says, okay, I am the culture of reference. I'm the primary culture. Yes, you want to have your Chinese food or your Indian Diwali or your, Persian rugs or whatever. Yes, but at the end of the day, you have come here to be part of this identity, and your presence in quality and in quantity is also important, should not be to the detriment of the overall ancestral identity of this nation.
Amen to that, Nick. Fantastic stuff. Just going to check some comments now before we go to, that's right, ladies and gentlemen, the Glindex, Glyn Brailsford's waiting in the wings. We'll go to him very shortly, but I think it's incredibly important to make sure that I read out some of your comments. Zebedee D1 said, Coxie, we need a weird hour here too. Well, for those that don't know, I am on Talk every Sunday with Alex Phillips. Many of you will like and know her. And that started with something Alex and I called Weird Hour. It grew into sort of more of a serious political thing because the powers that be at Talk were like, we're a bit more of a serious channel than that. But we had great fun doing it. I think it's a really, really good idea. Maybe we can weave Weird Hour in at some point in some way. Maybe I'll have Weird 10 minutes. But let me know what you think of that. That was just where we talked about the esoteric, the things that came to mind, the things that reminded us of our childhood, aliens, whether the pyramids were built by people from the planet Zog or whatever, and we'd go over that sort of stuff. That could be a lot of fun. But talking of people that don't do weird and only do stats, it's Glyn, the Glindex Brailsford. Play the clip. Glyn, I'm always so excited to see you, and that clip always, I absolutely love it because you expect you to come out powerfully from a cape after that. Ta-da! Glyn, first of all, how are you doing, my friend?
I'm good, mate. Congrats on the show. Great guest, great show. Well done. You're missing
thank you very
Mark.
much. I am genuinely missing Mark, actually. Yeah, you know, when you're so used to, it's like in cricket when you're up in the crease, you know, with the other batsmen, you've always got someone to talk to and to bounce things off. And I've got a wonderful presenter buddy today in Nick, and I'll have more next week. But no one's ever really going to replace Mark Littlewood. But he will be back. He will be back. And he'll be back with his numbers, and he'll be back with his economics, and he'll be back with his intellectualism, all the things that I failed to bring to the show.
Well, I've got 3 things to bring to the show, if that's okay. Maybe 4, actually.
Oh,
3
you
of
do
them are
as
your
you please.
favourites, Coxie. Beer, football and money. I think you'll be using all of those this weekend. I also want to talk a little bit about why AI is having a little local difficulty. But we'll come to that one. But shall we start with beer?
Yeah, why not? It's nearly midday.
Yeah. Let's have a look, if we can, at image 2, just whilst I'm talking.
Here we go.
That's what it's like in a pub these days, but not in Wetherspoons anymore, because Sir Tim Martin, founder of JD Wetherspoon, has banned people using speakerphones in the pub. And for that, he would get my Common Sensor of the Week award if we had it. I think we should probably invent that one.
That's a good idea.
It's not bad, is it? So I think we'll perhaps do that in coming weeks.
Yeah, that's a really good idea. In fact, you can think of one. Glyn, let's think of one every week. Make sure you bring one of those, and that's an absolutely worthy winner. By the way, just on that before you carry on, and we got time, and you've got lots to come, but such a good. I'm not a frequenter of pubs really anymore in the same way that I was. I can't. Really, it's not that I can't. I haven't got time to drink. I have to drive everywhere. So going into pubs, it really has to be a sort of almost a special moment now. So I perhaps could sit down and have a drink, and I don't do much of that really. But you're absolutely right. It used to be a place to go and have a chat, you know. And the great thing about Wetherspoons, to some degree, is that there's no music on. Now, I love music in the pub. I love band in the pub. But the phones and people constantly talking in, and they don't even hold it to their ear. They're all like this. I don't like it's a Rivita they're just about to eat. I don't understand it.
Well, it's the me generation. It's just so performative. What I've got to say is more important than anything in your world. So I'm going to impose it on you. And I just find it disgusting. And God knows, I'm so glad Wetherspoons have taken this initiative. At least that will be an oasis of calm. And if you read what landlords say, who've done this previously in other pubs, they go, it's remarkable how people start talking to each other, have spontaneous conversations and stuff. So power to their elbow. And if only they could do the same on trains and on buses.
Yes, I mean...
Didn't you used to work for TfL, Paul?
I worked for Transport for London for 12 years. I worked, believe it or not, I worked in a number of things, but I never worked on rail. I worked on cycle hire, Boris's bikes when that came in. I worked on sort of green initiatives across London, making something called Healthy Streets, which was essentially you put a tree and a bench in every now and again, and you can say, look how that was saving the planet. Right, old nonsense, really. But it was 2015. We thought differently back then.
Well, TfL did a survey apparently last year, and they found 70% of respondents found loud music and phone calls without headphones a nuisance. But they've done the survey, but have they actually done anything about it?
Oh, no, I shouldn't have thought they had.
And then if you're on the trains, not only are people doing that, you're also bombarded with messages from the train service telling you to keep quiet or something. Or saying, if you see something, tell us about it. You know, what's the phrase? See it, say it, sod it. As far as I can see, they do nothing about it. And if you did raise it with some 17-year-old about, could you pipe down, please? You'd probably get stabbed. So,
well, this is the other point, isn't it? That there isn't. I don't know, Glenn. I don't remember feeling very comfortable talking to the older generation in a very derogatory manner, growing up in the 80s and 90s. You know, dare say I may have done, but in a cheeky way. Now you genuinely are putting your life at risk, and there is a massive cultural difference as well between the cities and the towns and villages. Where I still live, you know, no one beeps their horn if you don't quite move in time. No one shouts at you out the window. In London, I drive in London equally as much as I do at home. That is all the time. It's constant, over the top, beeping, cultural differences. Yeah, and of course there are knife-wielding maniacs on every street corner, which we're not allowed to speak about because they definitely don't exist, but of course they do. There's probably a pamphlet out there saying, please don't stab an old person in the face if he asks you not to swear. I once watched someone on a train saying, would you mind not swearing, lads? To a group of, I guess they were probably British-born but culturally different lads. Oh my God, did they go for him? Whereas actually, I don't want to angelicize myself, but there would have been a time when if that had been said to me with a group of mates, I'd have probably been quite embarrassed.
Yeah, but also there's some parental things here that parents have abdicated responsibility for years and haven't told their kids to behave. They don't. When I was a kid, Mum told me to give up my seat on the bus to anyone. Right? You were a kid. You were fit. You could stand up. Now, a 5-year-old has an entire playground and a row of seats on the train because you can't interrupt the children. It's just mad.
It is mad.
This stuff's also generational, though, because another survey of 13 to 17-year-olds took an opposite view. 70% said it was acceptable to make video calls, 73% to listen to music, and 83% to watch videos without headphones. And you can't say headphones cost a lot of money, can you? $5 or something. So it's crazy. But shall we move on and keep talking about beer and less kvetching?
Yeah, let's crack on. What else is in the Glindex?
Well, Wetherspoons are opening 11 new pubs between now and Christmas.
Well, that's fantastic. I mean, it's a shame that small independent pubs don't feel that they can do the same. But little message there from Jill Johnson saying, top class show, Paul, well done. Actually, I didn't realise that was going to be all about me. I thought it was going to be about you, Glyn. I probably wouldn't have read it out. But there are lots of very, very positive comments about you, Glyn. Some of them asking about, because you're a professor of stats, do you have a PhD? And of course you do, don't you?
Oh, of course I do. From the University of Rotherham. I'll come on to that.
Absolutely. But
later.
There it is there. Where did he earn his PhD? Yes, of course he did, in Rotherham, before they specialised in rape gangs. But anyway...
So these new pubs, I have a theory, though. They're going to open them by the end of the year. I think that's how Andy Burnham thinks he's going to get all the homeless off the streets by the end of the year.
Put them in pubs. Oh, brilliant. So where are these pubs, Glyn? Do you know where they are? I mean, 11
I do,
pubs
actually.
on one street?
I've got a list of them. I'll give you some highlights. At airports, Heathrow Terminal 2, Manchester Airport Terminal 2, then major cities like Edinburgh, London, one for Littlewood here. They're opening one in Southampton. In fact, I think it's opened already this month. And then they're getting the student vote here. They're opening pubs in the University of Birmingham and the University of Surrey. I live near to there. And also Barcelona Airport. So they are spreading their wings somewhat. But that's all good news. But also, I just wanted to... millions of people use Wetherspoons, but does anyone know where the name comes from? Do you know where it comes from?
I have absolutely no idea. Tim, what's his name? Tim
Martin.
Tim Martin is the guy that is the founder and owner and CEO. But I actually don't know where Wetherspoon comes from. Was it just some sort of, this sounds like a chain of pubs, so we're just going to call it that?
He came up with the name. And the name's actually a hybrid, and it's not, anyone in his family. Normally, if you call Sainsbury, you call it Sainsbury's. If you call Marks and Spencer, you call it Marks and Spencer. He didn't do that. He went another route, and he came up with a hybrid name. The JD in the name comes from JD Boss Hogg. Do you remember him? Character in The Dukes of Hazzard.
Yes.
So that's the JD component. Yeah. But the really sweet thing is, when Tim Martin was in school in New Zealand, his teacher told him he'd never amount to much. What was the teacher called? Mr. Wetherspoon.
Oh.
What brilliant
Chef's kiss. Mwah. That was Nick DeSanto there, absolutely enjoying that. I love a story like that, Glyn. That's why the Glindex is so important, because stories like that they're just the best. Of course there was someone he hated. And I always think the best thing about, success is that you can at least punish the people you hated along the way.
Yeah. Well, I've got 5 minutes left, so let me squeeze this in.
Yeah,
here's
you
a
squeeze in.
link. A little more about Tim Martin. His personal tax liability in the UK is just shy of 200 million quid a year, right?
Wow.
So he's the 8th biggest taxpayer in the UK, according to the Sunday Times tax list. And they say tax rich. How much more do you want him to give? Christ. So cheers to him. And as I say, he's my common senser of the week. And tax moves me seamlessly to my next topic. Can we have a look at image 3, guys, please?
Yeah, let's do that. We will have to go after that because we need to get Ellie on. So if you could wrap up on this one, Glenn.
I'll rattle through this,
Yeah,
Coxie. £9.8 billion. That's the amount that the Premiership will generate for the Exchequer this year.
Wow.
It's amazing. Right,
That
and of
is
course it's the
incredible.
kick-off tonight. I wanted to talk about the economic impact rather than, you know, who's got a thigh strain and stuff. But
Yes.
quickly, where does that come from? 4.4 billion in tax receipts, costs the players are paid so much. They contribute 2.1 billion. Then there's 100,000 full-time equivalent jobs around football, you know, stadium construction, media, broadcasting, security, catering, all that stuff. Then there's the export power of football. That brings in 1.8 billion a year. And then get this, it staggered me, tourism and visitors, they bring in $1 billion a year just coming to watch the likes of Manchester United, Liverpool, Arsenal, etc. So football, you know, really carrying its weight there, I think, Coxie.
Look, this is literally one of my favourite parts of the week, and there were some absolute gems in there. And common sense of the week has to be a running theme now, Glyn. Make sure you've got Tim Martin this week, absolutely fantastic. Glyn, we've got a tight schedule here now because we got Ellie Hodges on afterwards, which I'm going to sit down and talk to you now. But Glyn, thank you so much. So many wonderful comments. Go back and check them out. Genuinely wonderful comments for you, Glyn.
Have a good weekend, mate.
Brilliant job. Take care of yourself, mate. I'll see you next week.
Cheers.
Wow. Very quickly back to Nick. Nick, thank you so much for coming in and being my presenter buddy of the day.
Can I just say I'll be in Liverpool on the 5th of September, Hot Water Comedy Club. Yeah. My first time performing in Liverpool with my friend Luke McDonald.
Brilliant. I was going to say that. So let's do that again. That's Hot Water Comedy Club in Liverpool. What was the date again?
5th of September.
5th of September. Go and see Nick and Luke McDonald. Where should people find you?
On Instagram, I'm Nicholas, spelled with CH, _ De Santo. And on YouTube, I'm, again, Anglo-Italian Comedy, Nicholas De Santo.
Smashing. Thank you very much. Whilst we're just getting Ellie in, what I'd like Luke the Duke to do is get up that image from Dan Wootton's YouTube page. Have you got that there, Luke? Yeah. So this is what I was talking about at the top of the show, if you were there. I was talking about the story again, and I just wanted to talk about how it's covered. Now, Dan Wootton is someone we admire. He's got a great channel. Do check that out. But look at this. GBN leftist. Brawl with me, essentially, and then none of that's true. That was a bit of fun there from Dan. But Ellie's with us now. Ellie's show is about to start any minute now. How are you doing, Ellie?
I'm very excited.
What you got going on in your show today?
It's great. So I've got Jamie McIver in to start with, which will be very fun. Yeah, that would be great. And then after that, I have Anna Ridgway, who is a political commentator, but she's also working in the IEA. She appeared on Mike's show last week, so she's going to talk to me all about reforms and new plans with apprenticeships, also what the Tories are doing for young people. And then lastly, we've got William Yarwood, the absolute legend, coming on. I'm sure you'll love him. I mean, he's absolutely fantastic.
He's fantastic.
I've never actually been on air with him. I've been down the pub with him, but not on air. So it's going to be very interesting. But he's hilarious, so I'm looking forward to that.
That is absolutely brilliant. Now, please make sure you stay tuned for Ellie. Give Ellie all the support you've given me today, which leads me just to thank absolutely everybody for watching, everybody for commenting, but most importantly to Scarlett, the Duke, and Pooch, and of course Mike Graham for all their wonderful work, not just today, but throughout the week. I'll be back on Monday. Until then, Common Sensors, keep it real. Let's go to the news.
Hello, I am Fiona MacLeod. Today marks the UK's first National Day of Remembrance for victims and survivors of terrorism. The Home Office says France is becoming more effective at stopping small boat crossings, intercepting hundreds this summer with new tactics. Prince Harry and Meghan's planned return later this month has reignited questions over their security funding, which PM Andy Burnham has called a private matter. Reports also suggest Meghan may return to acting. The academic who accused the late Cambridge professor Jason Arday of plagiarism has been suspended by his university. School leaders have criticised the relentless GCSE resit cycle for English and maths as simply not working following results day. Meanwhile, UK consumer confidence has risen to its highest level in 2 years, helped by better weather and a burn and bounce. See you later, alligators. Tamena Jonas.
Hello everyone and welcome back to UK Live. I'm Ellie Hodges and this is now the Ellie Hodges Show. I'm very excited today because this is my last show, unfortunately, until I then go away for 10 days, going to the fabulous Greek island of Rhodes. Amazing, amazing place. So I've got a really fun show lined up for you all today. I've got Jamie McIver joining me first, and then after that I've got Anna Ridgway, and then we've got the brilliant William Yarwood, as I just said. I know you all love him, so I thought I have to get him in for my last show, and it's a Friday as well, so we can have a little bit of fun. And for all of those, just quickly, who are saying that my laptop case is really dirty. I've tried to clean it and it's still not working. So I've had a few emails actually telling me that my MacBook is dirty. I'm very aware and I am trying to fix it. But we've got a lot to talk about today and I'm very, very excited for my last show, unfortunately, until September, and then we'll be coming back and making it even better than it has been this week. So let's get started. Jamie, thank you for joining me.
Hi, good morning, Ellie. How are you?
I'm good, thank
you. It's
you.
afternoon now.
Yeah,
sorry.
It is afternoon now, actually. I still feel like it's the morning. I'm really not a morning person, so this is kind of the morning for me still.
Yeah. That's one thing we have in common.
Yeah, definitely. So I'm glad to have you in the studio. It's my last show, unfortunately, for a couple of weeks, and
Tell
then I'll be back in September.
It being your last show, Ellie.
Well, I'm worried.
Get someone else in.
Yeah, I think they're going to get someone else in, and they might be better than me. And
Impossible.
Impossible.
Oh, the British people have much better sense than that. There's no one else.
This is why I love Jamie,
it's
guys.
Ellie or nothing.
So let's get on to talking about reform. Lots of people watching this are probably going to be reform supporters, and you're obviously a councillor and you're very much involved in the party. How do you feel after the Clacton by-election?
I think it's amazing. I mean, first of all, like for any politician, your dream is to stand for election and get more votes than what you got last time.
Yeah.
And Nigel achieved that, and with a lower turnout. So I would put it to you that on a higher turnout, he would have got even more votes. So I think it's amazing for him on a personal level that his constituents have said, yeah, we want you to be our MP. Let's face it, if they didn't, it wouldn't have happened, or he would have got less votes. So I think that's amazing. I also think that it humiliated the Conservative Party, because just a few years ago they were getting north of 30,000 votes in that constituency. It was 70% Conservative, one of the safest Conservative seats in the country, and they didn't even have the balls to put up a candidate. Now, I don't think that candidate would have won, but certainly there will be people, we know this from the local elections, that live in Clacton that would rather vote Conservative, and that's their democratic choice. And the Tory party just completely turned their back on those people, and those people are now reform voters. So I think there's a massive strategic error from the Conservative Party. I mean, they're quite good at doing those. They did plenty of them when they were in the country. But I think what we've got is a real humiliation for Andy Burnham. Now, you're the new leader of the Labour Party. Why would you not want to go after the man that's going to take your job unless you manage to get him out of Parliament? So Labour also chickens out of it. Isn't it funny, you know, Burnham, when he wanted to be leader of the Labour Party, was so excited to beat reform in Makerfield. Well, come and beat reform in Essex if you think you're good enough. It's like that England song, isn't it? You come and have a go if you think you're hard enough. But obviously none of these people are hard enough.
Yeah.
And of course, what it did was humiliate, I think, the establishment. Because the establishment, the mainstream media, the political class in this country, the Westminster, you know, out of touch, nobodies, I call them, because nobody's actually reading their rubbish, have all been trying to take down reform, attack Nigel, attack people around Nigel, and the people of Clacton, and I think this would be the case across the country, have said, get your hands off, you know, enough's enough. Stop going after Nigel's family, stop going after him, let him be the one to save our country. And they've sent Nigel back to Parliament, they've stuck two fingers up to the establishment, and I feel thrilled. I feel thrilled for Nigel, I feel thrilled for reform.
And do you think that this whole, obviously, controversy with the £5 million, I don't think we're ever going to hear the end of, really. Do you think that Nigel being re-elected in Clacton, and also by a bigger share of the vote than he was at the general election, is actually quite telling, and it shows that his core voter base don't really care about it?
It's not even Nigel's core voter base. Nobody cares. We've got homeless veterans in this country, yet illegal migrants get put in hotels. We've got single mums that can't put food on the table for their children despite having more than one job. We've got queues of traffic in places like where we're from because of the Boris wave. And now, because of the Boris wave, we now have traffic plus our green belt being decimated with ugly new houses that nobody locally can afford to buy, and half of them will be given to councils to probably put illegal migrants in. You know, people care about proper things, And the reality is Nigel hasn't done anything wrong. He's subject to an independent investigation, although we all know it's very unindependent as far as I can see, because he's been, effectively the assumption of guilt the minute it started. We've seen members of Parliament now be referred to the Standards Commission themselves because they've tried to interfere with the process. We still don't know the details of that. So as far as I'm concerned, the British people have far more concerns on their mind than what Nigel Farage has done in his private life, in his private finances. And people should just back off. Nigel is the most threatened member of Parliament going. We've seen the tragedy of Anne Widdecombe's murder. We've seen other tragedies of politicians who have been murdered. The reality is that Nigel Farage needs to have security, and it's nobody's business what that looks like and how much it costs. But unfortunately, we live in a country where there are plenty of people with Farage derangement syndrome, and they are just obsessed with, Nigel lives rent-free in a lot of people's minds, and therefore they'll make anything of nothing. And I think that's what you've seen with this.
And what do you make of people, definitely in the mainstream media, kind of saying that we've had this Burnham bounce and he's having such a great honeymoon period? How long do you think that will last?
Well, it's funny because it's the same with the Kemi bounce, isn't it? But like every bounce, it does that and it goes right down like that. And I think on both of them, maybe I agree in the sense that they're at the end of their bounce. They're coming down, and the difference is, a bouncy ball then bounces back up. I can't see either of those people doing that. The truth of the matter is, Burnham, like Starmer, I don't actually think he believes in anything, but the difference between him and Starmer, he's a more effective communicator.
Yeah, 100%.
And therefore, there was this idea for people on the left that there might be a bit of hope with Andy Burnham, but that's quickly eroding. And do you know what? I saw that myself in the Makerfield campaign. He doesn't like scrutiny. He doesn't like normal people asking him questions, and he will never make it past a certain point in the polls, in my opinion, because of that. But also, what do Labour have to offer? He knows that the biggest problem for Brits at the moment is illegal immigration, followed by the cost of living. He's done nothing to address. We had to drag Andy Burnham. We had to drag our Prime Minister, that nobody's elected, to Dover to effectively address the problem. Well, if I was Prime Minister, the first thing I would have done would be to address that.
A few years late to it, isn't he?
Absolutely. And I think, it's the same with the Tories. They're a bit deluded, I think, if they think that there is somehow a bounce. And, the polls that matter, look at the weekly by-elections. Reform consistently polling really, really well across the country, consistently winning every week in lots of places, and in places that the Tories, if they were bouncing, should have a chance of winning, and they're just not. And I think that the real poll that matters is at the ballot box. Just this May, the Tories and Labour were wiped out. In Norfolk recently, Tory stronghold. Reform absolutely swept to victory with Colin Sutton in the PCC election. Yeah. In Manchester, the Tories were nowhere to be seen. And in every by-election, it would appear that the only challengers to Labour and to this government is reform. Reform is the official opposition, in my opinion, in British politics right now, because whenever there's a by-election, it's the assumption that if Labour can't win it or hold it, then it's going to have to be a reform as a contender. So I think we're seeing that the Uni Party is, I think it's death by 1,000 cuts in terms of their polling performance.
Yeah, and we had Dan Hodges actually on the show a few days ago, and he makes the claim that Reform have gone past their peak and that it'll be very hard to kind of get back to where they once were. Do you think that's true?
Well, he's one of the greatest mascots for Reform. I think every time he presses publish, I think we probably actually see more support. But the truth of the matter is, I think Reform's only just got started. If you think of where we were 3 years ago, where we are now, when I think where we were when I first joined, I was one of the first ever councillors to join. We were this sort of start-up, incredible movement. And if you look at how the party has professionalised, if you look at how we had more candidates in the local elections compared with any other political party, the same can be said for this year too. If you look at our results, if you look at the branch structures we've got across the country, if you look at how many people are proactively supporting our party, you drive around, you see people, they've got Reform flags flying from their houses. You don't see that from other parties. I think the momentum is with Reform. And I remember Zia Youssef saying when he was chairman, he said, momentum is way more important than your overall position. And we have a unique scenario where we've got the right overall position, we're leading in most of the polls, and of course we've got the momentum right behind us. Any political party is going to have its challenges, and Reform shouldn't be an exception to that. But I think the reality is the British people know at the next election it will be between Labour and Reform. And if you're living in an area where you're thinking of voting Conservative, clinging onto your pearls, thinking, all right, well, I better just stick to what I know. Truth is, socialism versus saving the country. And we are currently living through the nightmare and the hell that is socialism. We've got a left-wing government. It's destroying our country. They inherited also what I think was the leftovers of a left-wing government. If people want to see this country turn around and steady the course, then they know they have to vote reform. And I think our job is to make sure that message is delivered, and of course continuing to deliver in local government. You know, we've got lots of councils that we control. There are no excuses. We have to deliver. We are delivering. And whether that's children's SEND in schools, where we're now getting, you know, outstanding Ofsteds, or whether that's making sure that we improve council finances. We had the lowest council tax rises of any other political party, and that was just after a year. And our new administration is now 100 days in. So I think we've got a real opportunity to prove to the British people that when you vote reform, you get reform. And more importantly, we've got to make sure we make it very clear to people, if you're voting Conservative at the next general election, it's a completely wasted vote. The next election is going to be a two-horse race between Labour and the left-wing crazy people that want to ruin the country, or Reform, who have we've got one shot, I believe, actually, to save the country, and that will only be done with a Reform vote.
And Reform have had quite a lot of press conferences recently. We've had the one about the benefits bill and how if a Reform government were to deal with that, they would introduce certain measures and just really try and cut the benefits bill, which is something that I would say the majority of the British public really do care about, as they feel like, you know, they're going out every day working hard, whilst other people that might not be on benefits, shouldn't be in benefits, are on benefits. So that was quite interesting. And then we've also had this one, I think it was 2 days ago, with Suella Braverman and Richard Tice talking about the importance of apprenticeships, and I'm going to be speaking to Anna about that in a bit, actually. Do you think that's a step in the right direction in terms of moving people away from university and more towards apprenticeships?
Yeah, I think first of all, I think it's excellent that Nigel is putting a team around him to take on these briefs, and we've got, you know, Zia doing great work with our Home Office announcements. We've seen Rob with the economy, we saw Suella yesterday. I thought she did a really good job, and also a really good subject. What we need to do is make sure young people are able to achieve whatever they want to achieve in their life, and there'll be some young people that are really motivated, some need a bit of extra help. That's fine, that's life, that's society. I remember being at a school where it was all about going to university, going to university, going to university. I'm one of the few people that didn't, and I would argue that my personal circumstances, compared with lots of my friends that did go to university in terms of my career, is there is a contrast. So I think it's really important for those that want to be lawyers and want to go into medicine that, yeah, let's get them into the best university possible and let's make sure they achieve that goal. But for those people that aren't set on a career, we shouldn't be forcing them to go to university. And actually, I think that there is huge value in apprenticeships. I think there's huge value in young people learning a skill. And then what I would love to see in our economy is, for example, a young person leaves school with decent grades. Rather than be forced into university, they do an apprenticeship, they learn to be a plumber or a bricklayer or a decorator, and then they start their own company and then start employing people. I want apprentices to then start their own business and start employing apprentices themselves and share that knowledge. And I think it's a real sadness that and I think the left are really good at doing this. There's a real sadness that people on the left are snobs when it comes to those working class jobs. And what I think Labour have failed on is that a lot of people that vote Labour in working class seats, they are self-employed plumbers, decorators, electricians. And what the Labour Party has done is become this North London crazy organisation that basically says if you're a working class person with common sense and you don't think that a woman can have a penis, then you're a bad guy. And if you think that illegal migrants invading our country who are on their way to a village near you potentially to sexually assault, rape or murder your daughter, that makes you racist and far right. What they've done, the Labour Party, is they have completely abandoned people that have worked really hard, set their alarm clock and want to achieve something. And I just want us to have a generation of people in our country that do well at school, do their best at school, but if they don't quite make it to university, that needs to be a good thing.
Yeah,
and there
that's
has to be plenty
okay,
of alternatives. At the moment, you frankly have two-tier education, don't you? You go to university, and there's some jobs, by the way, that to apply to be, I think even like a police officer now, have to have a degree. This is ridiculous. This is absolutely ridiculous. We've got great people in our economy that are talented, and they should all have the opportunity to succeed and earn good money.
Yeah, and also I think for a lot of young people, I know for me actually, I didn't want to go to university and have to spend another 3 years in education. I wanted to get going straight away. Yeah. And I don't think that should kind of be looked down upon and, oh, you're not going to university, you must be stupid then. Yeah. But I think you point out something quite interesting amongst Labour kind of looking down on the working class in many ways, even though they say that they're the party of the working class. And I do think something that happens on the left is they look down at reform voters who are from working class areas, and they kind of paint this caricature image of what a reform voter looks like. And it actually is quite, I think it's awful what they do. And they kind of get away with it because they say they're the party of the working class, but they do look down on the working class, do you not think?
Yeah, they do. And I think there's a snobbery. And I think actually the Tory party have been guilty of this in the past. When they were cooking on gas, they ignored the working class people. You know, Boris woke them all up and then betrayed them, and that's exactly what I think Labour have done with working class voters. They've got their hopes up in a general election and then completely failed when in office. And I think reform is seen for people that get up in the morning, go to work, just about making ends meet, who want more. You know, why is it such a bad thing to want a nice car and to have a nice holiday? You know, that's a good thing. We should be encouraging people to have those ambitions. And I think you're right. I think the left look down on people. They particularly make the link to those people that don't like illegal immigration and want to retain Britain's heritage and our sovereign heritage. Let's face it, we are a Christian country. It's being completely ruined. We even see now, you know, I'm afraid in the Church of England, we're seeing people sort of challenge the idea that we should be a Christian country. I mean, this is absurd. And people want to hold on to the Britain that they know and love, the Britain that their grandfathers fought for and some didn't come home. And we've got to retain the thing that makes this country beautiful, which is our patriotism, our love for country. And Labour looked down on people like that. You know, when people were putting flags on lampposts, which I think was a sign of resistance, saying we want to have our country back, in certainly places like where I live.
That's been called racist.
Yeah, you're called racist and far right. I mean, it's ridiculous, but it's okay to put the trans flag up on a lamppost and you know, advocate for the mutilation of children. That's fine, isn't it? But oh no, you can't possibly be proud of your country and fly that. So I think we've got a real mess, but I think it's a mess that can be resolved, and it will be resolved at the general election, I really hope. And let's face it, if the Labour Party actually believed in something other than North London woke ideology, they'd have a chance. But the problem is, for Andy Burnham to carry on being the leader of that party, he has to believe in what the North London liberal woke elite believe in. And I'm afraid that means believing that a woman can have a penis. That means believing in net zero that's making us all poorer. That means believing in the fact that immigration, including illegal immigration, is a positive thing, that all those people coming here on the boats are all brain surgeons waiting to get a job at Bart's. Yeah, that's the truth, isn't it? And unfortunately, until Andy Burnham can grow a pair and actually say to his own party, we're losing the plot, it will never change.
And what would you say to people who kind of say that Nigel Farage isn't a man of the working people and that he's actually part of the establishment?
Well, what I would say to people like that is come and walk around with Nigel in Clacton and you'll see for yourself that every single person in a white van pulls over. They don't just beep and say, good luck, Nigel. Yeah. They pull over, they shake his hand and they say thank you, because working class people, the real people of this country that hold this country together, the backbone of this country, the people that go out every day and work and pay tax so that we can have the services that people enjoy, many enjoy, I think, quite unfairly. The truth of the matter is the only reason we have a country is because of those people, and it's those people that will decide who the next Prime Minister is. And those people shake Nigel's hand and they say thank you. And others, I've seen it with my own eyes, and this happens all the time when you're around Nigel. People shake his hand and say, please save us. Because Nigel's the only person that has consistently, for 30 years, spoken about the dangers of illegal immigration, spoken about the dangers of things like net zero and how it's going to bankrupt our economy. And Nigel is the only person people trust because he's been proven right all along. And isn't it sad that it's taken, you know, people to be murdered in this country by illegal migrants that have come here on a boat? People have been sexually assaulted, raped, and other horrific crimes have happened to people. It's only taken for those awful men to start getting sentenced and for the media to start reporting on it, for people actually to wake up. Nigel has been talking about it for years and years, and at the end of the day, unlike any other politician in Britain, Nigel has the receipts because he said it and it's all time-stamped, and that is why people trust him. And people couldn't care less whether Nigel had loads of money, no money, because it's none of their business. Normal people know that your private life is your private life. All they care about is delivery. And what Nigel Farage is doing is setting out his plan with his team on how we will deliver for Britain, how we will turn this country around and steady the course. And people have hope and faith in him. And that's why I think they're prepared to see him go all the way.
Yeah, I do think it's a good point. Whether you love Nigel Farage or hate him, you can't deny that he's always been consistent, and you can go back decades and see that he's still saying the exact same things that he's saying now. But lastly, before we wrap up, if you could give the people watching kind of one reason to be actually optimistic about the future, what would it be?
That whatever happens, we have the Fixed Term Parliament Act, there has to be a general election. And For as long as I'm around, I'll be campaigning for reform, and I believe that the country will be voting for reform. And so the hope I would give people, there is a general election coming, and providing people actually mobilise, they go and vote and actually campaign for a side in this election that wants to save the country, our country will be saved. And if our country is saved, not only will your life get better almost instantly, because you'll feel better, your children and grandchildren will be able to maybe have the fun life that you had. And I know when I speak to people that are my grandparents' age, they're very worried about what the future looks like for their children and grandchildren. And I want to give people hope that as a party, Reform UK is planning not just to do well in the election, but to win the general election and to save our country for you and your family. So have hope in the fact we have the Fixed Term Parliament Act, and there has to be a general election by law at some point in the future. But as we've seen with the Labour and the Tory party, they don't mind cancelling elections, but fortunately the law is the law.
Thank you so much, Jamie,
Thank you,
for
Ellie.
joining me. I really appreciate it.
And enjoy your holiday.
Yeah,
enjoy your
thank you.
holiday.
I can't wait. I can't wait. Obviously, I'm going to miss doing this show, but I can't wait to have a holiday. I've been working quite hard recently, so I'm really looking forward to it. So after the news, we'll go to the news in a minute, but we've got Anna Ridgway joining me to talk all about apprenticeships and work for young people, which should be really, really interesting. So see you after the news.
Hello, I'm Fiona MacLeod. Today marks the UK's first National Day of Remembrance for victims and survivors of terrorism. The Home Office says France is becoming more effective at stopping small boat crossings, intercepting hundreds this summer with new tactics. Prince Harry and Meghan's planned return later this month has reignited questions over their security funding, which PM Andy Burnham has called a private matter. Reports also suggest Meghan may return to acting. The academic who accused the late Cambridge professor Jason Arday of plagiarism has been suspended by his university. School leaders have criticised the relentless GCSE resit cycle for English and maths as simply not working following results day. Meanwhile, UK consumer confidence has risen to its highest level in 2 years, helped by better weather and a Burnham bounce. See you later, alligators. Tamena Jonas.
Oh, hello everyone, and we are back. Sorry, I was just plugging in my MacBook because it decided to die mid-interview there, but lucky for you, I actually don't use it to ask my questions, so I don't actually need it. And also, for those of you that have been complaining to me that my MacBook is dirty, you will no longer have to see it, so I'm sure you're very, very happy about that. So let's read out some comments. You have any comments? Yeah. Rhodes is beautiful. Take the glass bottom boat from Pefkos to Lindos. Yes, that is a very, very good point. Lindos is so hot though. It's lovely, but it's very, very hot. I don't stay in that part of the island, but yes, I'm glad I'm finding some Rhodes supporters here. I'm actually trying to learn Greek at the moment as well. I'm not going to say it on live because it's going to be very embarrassing, but I am trying to learn Greek, trying to learn that language, so I get to practice it there, which should be fun. It's great to see young people who see through all the nonsense. Well, thank you. I hope I do that. I mean, I just kind of look at things objectively and come up with my own opinion and don't listen to anyone else. Just come to my own conclusions and look at both sides and see what I agree with the most. I think that that's what everyone should do. Don't let anyone influence your opinions. Have your opinions and stay strong on them. Someone told me the other day that I don't believe in anything. Trust me, I do. People must vote. The next general election will be one of the most important in our nation's history. Yeah, I do think that's very true, and lots of people do say next general election is our last chance to save this country. So whatever that means for you, I do think that the next general election is going to be very, very important. So we've got Anna with me now. Anna, thank you so much for coming on the show.
Thank you for having me on.
I'm very excited to have you on. We've never done this before, have we? Been live together, so it's good. I've only seen you outside of this, so it's very exciting. So we're going to talk about apprenticeships and the new plans that Reform have put forward. Could you kind of explain to everyone who's watching, who might have not seen that press conference, what it was actually about?
Yeah, so Suella Braverman came out with the apprentice wage credits as part of the British Skills Revolution, which would mean that 30% of an apprentice's salary would be paid for by the government. And then also there would be a 2-year bonus. So if you stay in your apprenticeship for 2 years, you get £2,000.
That sounds great.
Well, it does sound great, but then if you look at the data, 71% of apprentices stay after 2 years. So then you're just paying like loads of money for something that would happen
that they
anyway.
already do.
Yeah.
Do you not think that a lot of businesses, though, even if that might be the case, the reason they're not giving out apprenticeships is because they think, what's the point in training someone for 2 years and then they might just leave?
Well, I mean, overwhelmingly people stay. And with apprentices, you train them, but they also work. That's why people do them. So you can, instead of sending someone off to university where they waste a bunch of time, don't do anything productive, an apprentice learns on the job and actually provides something to their community and the business.
And do you think that this is actually a good step forward and that we should be encouraging apprenticeships instead of university?
I do think that we should be encouraging apprenticeships, but also I don't think we should overlook university. So they want to fund this program of apprenticeships through cutting like Mickey Mouse degrees. So they want to find up to £5 billion from that budget. But the budget for universities is £9 billion. So that means that they're going to be having to cut up to half of all university degrees. So that not only cuts all the Mickey Mouse degrees, but that cuts like valuable degrees like engineering and stuff like that we really need.
Do you think that we do really, really need them though, or could there be other routes that you can go down, like apprenticeships?
Yeah, well, when you don't funnel state money into the system, you get what we really need because we have the market. If we need engineers, then people will do an engineering degree because they'll make some money from it after their degree. If we need plumbers, people will do a plumbing apprenticeship because we need money from, we need plumbers, so people will pay plumbers.
Yeah. And did you go to university?
I'm currently at university.
Yeah, at university, yes. Yeah. And how are you finding it?
I'm enjoying it, but I don't think it's necessary.
Do you think that it would have been better for you to go down other routes, maybe?
I think I could have not gone to university, but the problem is when you go to university, it opens a lot of doors. So you have to be very certain on what you want to do when you leave school.
And we also have the Conservatives that have put forward some plans, also encouraging apprenticeships, but also more generally talking about jobs for young people. What have they proposed?
Yeah, so the Tories have the plan to bring back the summer job and the Saturday job. So at the moment, we have a bunch of leftover EU law which restricts how much 16 to 17-year-olds can work. So they can't work past 10 p.m, even on a Friday or Saturday night. And they can't work more than 40 hours a week, even during the school holidays, which is just silly because it locks young people out of their first job.
Yeah.
And you need your first job to get your second job. So like if I ran a pub, why would I employ a 17-year-old when I know that they can't work past 10 p.m? It's just silly.
Yeah, that is a good point. I do think that there needs to be more of a push for young people to be in part-time jobs. I know I had 3 part-time jobs in total and they really helped me. I mean, just simple things like knowing that, okay, if I do something wrong, I'm not going to have that job anymore. It's not the same as school where if you do something wrong or you just get told off, you literally will lose your job. And it's great actually having your own money as well, getting your own income. It feels so good knowing that you've worked for the money and you've earned it. And I think that part-time jobs are just so important and they teach you so many valuable skills that you bring in into later life. And even just like communication, for example, we know that young people are kind of getting not as good at communicating as past generations because of social media. And I think that jobs are a great way to, especially if you're a waiter, or that's what I was, I was a waitress, and that really helped me in my communication skills. But just so many skills that I learned from just having that as a part-time job. And I think it started off as just a Saturday job and then it ended up me doing like 4 days a week.
Yeah.
But it was great and I think we need to bring that back.
Yeah, I mean, I was the same. My first job was as a waitress.
Yeah.
But the problem is there's just not as many jobs going around. We're actually lucky that we were able to get a part-time job while we were still at school. Because recently the ONS has said that we're at an almost all-time low in vacancies. It hasn't been this low since 2014. And now there's 2.5 young people looking for a job for every vacancy.
Wow.
Yeah. So while it's great that Reform wants to train people up, and it's great that the Tories want to scrap silly EU law stopping people from getting a job, if there's just not the jobs going around, this will just do nothing.
And how do we bring these jobs back? I mean, Reform do also talk a lot about kind of regenerating the high street and making sure that we do have these small businesses that will employ young people and make it a good thing to employ young people and incentivise them to actually do it.
Yeah, I mean, I mean, I'm not an economist. I don't know how we're going to rebuild the economy, but we need to rebuild the economy. And that, I think, is the most important issue of our time, because there's just so many people who aren't able to have the same opportunities their grandparents have because our economy is so bad. We need to stop making it so expensive to run a business. We need to stop making it so hard to run a business as well.
Yeah. So do you think that kind of reform and the Tories are on the right path in getting young people back into work?
Yeah, I think that they're on a better path than the other parties, because we saw that Labour's plan is to give families on universal credit more money if their child is in an apprenticeship, which is just incentivising not going to work. So I think the Tories and Reform are united on the fact that they are the parties of people who want to work. They are not the parties of people who want to use the system to get money to stay at home. And I think it's really great that the Tories and Reform have opposing plans on this issue. So that means that we can compete on what is the best plan for young people.
And do you think that benefits is kind of becoming an option for young people as well? Like, we hear a lot of, I don't know if it actually is, to be honest, but you hear a lot of the mainstream parties saying, okay, now you leave school and it's the option of either university, going into work, or just going on to benefits.
Yeah, so if you look at the numbers of NEETs, not in employment, education or training, it's hit 1.1 million for young people aged 16 to 24, which is just extraordinarily bad. But if you look further into that, there's a majority of them are economically inactive, so that means that they're not actually seeking a job or anything. So we have 613,000 young people who are sat at home on benefits and they have no interest in doing anything. And that's just a complete failure of our system, because we made it so that benefits pay more than working. And like, I don't blame the people who realise that that's a better option, because they're just acting in their own interest. But we've created a system where it incentivises people to not do anything.
Do you think that also there's this kind of thing now where there isn't actually any shame in going on benefits as a young person? Like, I'm not saying that we should bring back being really horrible to people that are on benefits. I'm not saying that at all. But I just don't think there's that, oh yeah, I've just gone on benefits. Oh, that's a bit odd. Everyone's just kind of like, okay, that's fine. Do you think that the education system is to blame for that? Why do you think that's happened?
That's interesting. I don't know if it's the education system. I think it's a cultural thing, especially with, so our generation is the generation which has the biggest rise in health-related benefits. That is crazy, because it's all from like the anxiety, ADHD. It's people who tell them, you have an excuse to not be able to do something. And if you're told so many times throughout growing up, like at school, the number of people who are diagnosed with ADHD, anxiety, they're told their entire schooling career
it's true.
that they're not able to do something. So why are we blaming them for when they graduate school to say, actually, I can't do it?
Yeah, no, I completely agree. And as someone who is diagnosed with ADHD, I remember being told, like, oh, you can have a pass to walk around, like, during lessons if you need a timeout break. And I did not need that timeout break. I was just using it because I didn't want to be in the lesson. And, like, the teachers kind of let you off more, so I started misbehaving more. And I think that happens quite a lot. If you get told all the time, oh, you're misbehaving because of this, and then you kind of know that you can get away with more. I'm naturally someone that's quite rebellious, I would say. So I just got my behaviour didn't get any better. I think it got worse because I was just being told that I could kind of get away with it and being given all these passes to walk around during lessons or not get attention when other people were. And I remembered actually misbehaving more instead of starting to behave when I got told that, oh, well, you have something wrong with you, basically.
Yeah, I think that's exactly the problem that we're facing. Like, we have a system which is telling people you can't do that. So why are we assuming that they have a can-do attitude? They've been told their whole life they can't do something.
Yeah, it is very true. I think that I just hope that young people do get into jobs, and I think that apprenticeships are a great thing. But as you said, I know for a fact when I spoke to people that are applying for apprenticeships, there's one apprenticeship and there's like 1,000 people applying for it. It's absolutely ridiculous, and they want you to have so much experience when you've literally just left school. And I think that happens with part-time jobs as well, though. And I think there's just such a high demand for it because, as you said, there isn't as many businesses that actually want to employ young people. But the advice I always give to young people, if there is any young people watching, is that if you are looking for a part-time job, the best way to get one isn't applying on all of these apps. I would say just go into the restaurant, go into the pub, wherever it is, and just say, hi, I'm a young person. I would love to have a part-time job here, even if it's just 1 day a week, whatever it is. And I think that businesses and employers prefer it when you actually go in person, introduce yourself, show initiative, show confidence. They're much more likely to give you a shot. So that's what I would recommend. But obviously, I know that it's very hard at the moment. Anna, thank you very much for joining me today. I love the outfit. I was just saying to Anna before we came on air, she's wearing what I would usually wear. The chances of us wearing the same thing, both in red with red lipstick, is very high. But I'm kind of blending in with the background today, actually, in this blue dress. But should we go to the news or should we read out some comments?
Go to the news.
Go to the news, okay.
Hello, I'm Fiona MacLeod. Today marks the UK's first National Day of Remembrance for victims and survivors of terrorism. The Home Office says France is becoming more effective at stopping small boat crossings, intercepting hundreds this summer with new tactics. Prince Harry and Meghan's planned return later this month has reignited questions over their security funding, which PM Andy Burnham has called a private matter. Reports also suggest Meghan may return to acting. The academic who accused the late Cambridge professor Jason Arday of plagiarism has been suspended by his university. School leaders have criticised the relentless GCSE resit cycle for English and maths as simply not working following results day. Meanwhile, UK consumer confidence has risen to its highest level in 2 years, helped by better weather and a Burnham bounce. See you later, alligators. Tomato.
Hi everyone, and welcome back. That was the news. I think I prefer that newsreader than the other one. What's his name again?
His name is Edward Hughes.
I don't really like Edward Hughes at all. I'm really not a fan. I think that one's much better. Maybe it's because she's a woman, more glamorous. Let's read out some comments though before we've got William. Oh, William has just entered the studio.
Yeah.
He has entered.
Willie in the house.
Yarwood has just entered. I know you all love him. So let's read out some comments though whilst he's got
a £10 super chat on screen.
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you, Fred. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Thank you for all of your support. I actually put out a message yesterday, a Twitter post and a video just saying thank you all for all of the support. I really wasn't expecting the show to go down so well. So thank you all very much for your support, and I'm going to miss doing this whilst I'm away actually. But we now have the legend that is William Yarwood in the studio. Hi, William.
Hi, Ali. Well, legend, that's a big word, but thank you very much. Very kind of you.
I know, it's great. I don't know if I can live up to you and Mike, though. It's such a cool duo that I don't think I can
well, yeah, it is quite a duo. It's quite a fun duo, really. I mean, I've been doing Mike's show since he really started it, to be honest with you, about 6 months ago. I mean, I was doing it literally before they even had this studio, and their studio, of course, which was good fun. And yeah, I get up at quite early every Thursday morning to see Mike. I get up about 5:30 in the morning, and I've said to Mike before, he's the only person ever I've ever get up that early for, and I'm happy to do so. But yeah, great to be on the show, Ali. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, no, thank you very much for coming on. You're my last guest on my last show before I go away. So,
oh, where are you going?
Greece.
Oh, la-di-da.
Best place ever. I feel like I'm all Greek today as well. In this like blue dress. It's like so. Anyway, let's be serious. You are from the Taxpayers Alliance,
I'm indeed.
So I feel like we need to talk about what the audience can expect from this anti-Burnham government in terms of their taxes going to be going up.
Well, not all that much, to be honest with you, Ellie, in terms of good news for them. One thing that Andy Burnham has done since being Prime Minister is essentially he's announced a bunch of spending gimmicks. Things with us capping bus fares or ending homelessness, and then also now recently saying that he's going to increase foreign aid back to 0.7% of gross national income, which is going to mean that foreign aid spending is going to be around about £13 billion a year. And now the interesting thing about all of this is this comes in the face of the public sector finances data that just came out today from the Office for National Statistics. Now, these are the first bits of data we've seen since Burnham essentially took over, so they're very, very interesting indeed. So the interesting thing about this, and I'll read straight from the source, why don't we?
Yes.
So the interesting thing is that the ONS have said that total debt has risen to almost £3 trillion, which is something that we at the Taxpayers Alliance warned about literally about 2 or 3 weeks ago. We had a piece of research out on the front page of the Telegraph, and it caused a massive tizzy about how we said that the national debt is going to be around £3 trillion come the autumn. And turns out we're correct, as I think we usually are, because, of course, this spending is not going to slow down anytime soon. And the reason actually there's been a big increase in spending is predominantly because of welfare. So borrowing and spending was a few £billion higher than they expected it to be, and actually debt interest spending, which was around £7 billion in July, is about 10%. A 10% increase than what it was the previous year. So that's quite a large increase. But the reason a lot of this has gone up is because of welfare spending.
Yeah.
So the welfare spending is consistently spiralling, meaning that taxpayers are obviously having to cough up even more, but fundamentally, they're actually having to borrow more in order to fund that difference. Meaning that when the Chancellor comes to give his statement in the autumn, obviously his autumn statement, they're going to have less headroom, meaning that essentially they are going to have to hike taxes once again, which ironically enough is something that Rachel Reeves said they wouldn't do after she passed the first budget. She said after the first budget, okay, yeah, we had to fix this so-called £20 billion black hole in the public finances, which the Office of Budget Responsibility never verified, by the way, never verified at all. But after that, she was on Sky News, I believe, and she said, it's on us now. It's on us now. Everything that happens from now on is on us. And what did we see in 2025? We saw another round of tax increases, albeit very small, minor taxes on things like VAT and things like minor bits of VAT and minor bits of inheritance tax. But now with a smaller headroom, an increasing welfare bill, and from what I can see, a Prime Minister and a Chancellor who are not actually all that interesting in reducing government spending overall, we're going to be in for another round of tax rises.
Let's talk about John Healey. What do you expect from him? Is he going to be a better Chancellor than Rachel Reeves?
It depends what you mean by better. Better is a relative term. Reeves had more power, and I think she understood the Treasury a lot more than Healey did. Although Healey does have experience being in the Treasury. Healey was in the Treasury when Blair and Brown were in power.
Would you say ideologically he's not as left-wing, or
I think actually secretly he is more left-wing. So the position, yeah, I think so. Reeves, I think, is from that sort of soft left, social democratic trend and position, while Healey, I think, is actually more of a brown eye in the sense that he's definitely more on the left of the Labour Party. Okay. He's more traditionally tax and spend. But also, interestingly, Burnham is wanting to gut the Treasury a little bit by removing the so-called growth element from the Treasury, meaning the Treasury is entirely focused on tax and spend. And that essentially means that the Chancellor's going to have less power. And the reason I think he's doing this is because I think Healey, and this is a very cynical position, it's not like me to be cynical, but this is a very cynical position. I think Healey has been placed as Chancellor because Burnham thinks he can control him. If Burnham thinks he can control him, Reeves was a little bit more of an independent individual. She actually had ideas of her own, while Healey himself, his only real position over the last few years has been, I want to increase defence spending. Like, that's about it. If Burnham gives him that, when saying, oh, when you're Chancellor, yes, of course you can increase defence spending.
But he doesn't have to, surely.
Well, yes, exactly, but he will then say, well, if you want to do this, you're going to have to do all this other stuff for me on the side. And I think, yeah, Burnham is essentially going to be in charge of economic policy rather than Healey and the Treasury, which is a position we've not been in for actually quite some time.
Interestingly, you did mention foreign aid. What is your stance on that? Are we spending way too much on foreign aid?
Yeah, the foreign aid budget shouldn't exist.
Yeah.
The foreign aid budget
shouldn't exist. You think it shouldn't exist at all?
No. So the TPA has been against this basically since we were created back in 2004. I mean, one of the worst parts about the foreign aid budget is that a statutory obligation was passed in about 2015 by the Cameron-Osborne government, obviously post-coalition, which basically made the government spend 0.7% of gross national income on foreign aid every single year. So that's a statutory obligation. And actually, every time they reduce it, they have to essentially explain to Parliament why they've reduced it. I would just get rid of that bill entirely. I would just get rid of that bill entirely, meaning there's no obligation to spend money on foreign aid. And actually, in the current climate, I would reduce foreign aid to 0%.
Do you not think that sometimes foreign aid does have a place, though, in terms of if we do give and that country then has to come to our need in any way, it's much more likely to?
No, I don't agree with that at all. No, I don't agree with that at all. I think that foreign aid should be used in specific circumstances. So, for example, like natural disasters, for example, earthquakes, tsunamis.
Yeah,
I have no issue with money being sent abroad to help with those kind of things. But they're individual circumstances, right? Having a basic flat foreign aid rate every single year, I think is completely ridiculous. And also when you consider the state of the public finances at the moment, you know, debt is reaching almost £3 trillion. The interest on that debt interest is about £100 billion a year, over £110 billion a year. We're borrowing at an exponential rate. I think we have to find savings, and I think the foreign aid budget is a clear way in which to find savings. And look, once the deficit's sorted, once the debt is brought down to a sustainable level, then maybe we can have a more sort of nuanced and intellectual discussion about how much money should be spent specifically on foreign aid, and especially where.
Yeah, where is very important.
But unfortunately, at the moment, I just don't think that's the case, and I would abolish the foreign aid budget entirely.
That's really interesting. I think increasingly more and more people would agree with you, because the idea that our economy is in such a bad state and we're still giving money abroad, a lot of people will take issue with that, and I completely understand that. But let's talk about the benefits bill, something that lots of people care about and has been in discussion amongst the political sphere for quite a while now. And this week especially, we had Robert Jenrick talk about his plans. What did you think about them?
Well, I think the fact that they're taking the welfare bill seriously is important. I think £50 billion, I think it's about 45, £50 billion they want to shave off the welfare bill. That's quite an ambitious programme, and is actually more ambitious than other parties have set out. But I'm concerned, first of all, with detail and practicality. So in regards to the detail, there was a 50-page document, and I went through it to sort of I went through it with a relatively fine-tooth comb, but there was various sort of missing parts about how they would introduce things in a parliamentary framework. How, you know, what time frame are they looking at? Are they looking over a parliament? Are they looking 50 billion 1 year? Also, in regards to them reforming PIP, I'm not against that at all, because they want to basically abolish PIP as an entity and then push it into a combined universal credit. I can't remember what they called it specifically, but a new kind of welfare benefit, which would then be means tested, which is positive.
PIP is actually, people need to remember that it's not an out-of-work benefit necessarily. You can be working full-time and still get some
Yeah, of course you can. And actually, we did a piece of work a while ago which showed that there were more people than ever on 100k salaries receiving PIP, which is completely crazy. I think that's a clear example where it needs to be means tested. But also in regards to PIP, I mean, the Timms review which came out, which was the Starmer government, I mean, I believe Stephen Timms is still in the welfare DWP team. They admitted in that report that PIP, although yes, it is an in-work benefit, it can be an in-work benefit, it's more or less not become one. Like the majority of people who are claiming PIP now are not in work.
Interesting.
Not becoming in work at all. So actually it's moved from its original premise and actually now essentially is another form of unemployment benefit for whatever reason. But to back to reforms plans, look, £50 billion is an ambitious programme. I think they deserve lots of praise for that. I think removing welfare from foreign nationals is also very important, although there's questions of how practical that is with the EU withdrawal agreements, because obviously they'd have to renegotiate parts of that. Not against that personally, I'm completely fine with them doing that.
Because there needs to be a phase out.
Yeah, but also how they would do that, and then also would they be okay with then what's the word? Basically not allowing that reciprocity across borders, in the sense that if we took it from EU citizens in Britain, that would necessarily mean that British citizens in the EU would also lose welfare benefits which they receive from different states, you know, French state, the German state, whatever it might be. Now, I'm okay with that. I don't think British people living abroad should be relying off German taxpayers, French taxpayers, Spanish taxpayers, whatever it might be. I don't think that's fair to them. But conversely, I don't think that German, French, whatever it might be, taxpayers should be living off British taxpayers here at home. So I like the premise of it, and I agree with the principles, but like with pretty much everything with reform, I always want more detail. And I think that's one thing that many people, especially in my circles, are starting to get a little bit like irked about. It's like we agree with the principle. We agree with the principles. We like the radicalism. Again, £50 billion. Like nobody's talked about reducing the welfare bill. No politician, that is. No politician has talked about reducing the welfare bill by that level. But it's a case of practicality. What time frame are you going to do it over? And also, there's a political angle to all of this as well. Fraser Nelson did a pretty good Substack, actually, where he showed basically how many welfare claimants were in each reform constituency. a lot of the reform constituencies, whether we like it or not, tend to be full of people on universal credit and PIP. And how are they going to sell that at a general election when they, go and knock on doors and they talk about their welfare policies, and people will go, well, hang on a second, that's me. You're talking about me there. So how do you sell that? Again, the principle's correct, but it's how do you sell it? How do you make it practical?
There's
and how do you implement it?
so many layers to it. But I mean, if you were in charge of cutting the benefits bill, what areas would you target?
So first of all, I think you start off by means testing basically everything across the board. Yes, there will be a high administrative cost to that to begin with, but I think it's something you have to do. Again, like I mentioned earlier, I do not think it is right that people, households which earn over 100 grand a year are receiving money from British taxpayers. I think that's completely wrong. I think that the money should be there for people on the lower end of society who genuinely need it, not people who can effectively support themselves. I think also you need to do a lot of things with pensions, both in regards to public sector pensions and the state pensions. So, for example, public sector pensions are what we call gold-plated, in the sense that they are way more, generous than private sector pensions by a very large margin.
Would you keep the triple lock?
No.
Okay,
I wouldn't keep the triple lock either, and I was mean test the state pension as well. And then what else would I do? Also, I do one important thing which hasn't been done since COVID. So pre-COVID, virtually all assessments for welfare were done in person. I think it's about 85 to 90% of them were done in person. So 10% were done online. Fine, haven't got a massive issue with that.
Yeah.
Post-COVID, that changed. So over COVID, of course, you couldn't do in-person assessments. Now, that makes complete sense during the COVID pandemic, I understand that, but there's been no real willpower to change that and bring it back in person. So I would make mandatory for the majority of them to bring that in-person assessment back in person and not online, because of course you can't properly assess people online in my point of view.
Yeah, 100%.
And then also there's also been issues within the DWP of civil servants either stealing benefits or funding them to other places, and all those civil servants who I mean, it happens every single year and the figures vary, so it can reach from like a few million to a few billion, it depends. That kind of fraud inside of the DWP needs to be stopped, and it needs to be stopped immediately by either firing these people or outright prosecuting them.
In terms of people claiming benefits for, sorry to kind of stick on this issue,
It's all right,
I just think
welfare's
it's
important.
a very big topic. For people that are claiming benefits because of mental health reasons, where do you personally kind of draw the line in terms of someone just being a little bit anxious sometimes and someone having very much severe anxiety that they can't work with?
Yeah, I mean, it's difficult. Again, that's why I think the in-person assessments are really important, because you can tell the difference between someone, say, my age, some 25, 26-year-old, going, oh, I'm a bit anxious and I'm a little bit depressed, versus someone who has like actual crippling clinical depression who literally cannot function. There is a big difference, and you would be able to assess that if they actually had in-person assessments. And also the stuff around anxiety, depression, whatever it might be, they are mostly coming from young people. I mean, it's quite depressing how the fact we have, previously we used to boast about having such a low youth unemployment rate in this country. I remember back during the Brexit days, and people used to say, oh, you know, Greece and France and all these other countries have really high youth unemployment rates. Well, we've got a really low one. Shows how good we are as a country. It's completely flipped the other way around now. We have one of the worst unemployment rates for young people in the what you might call the
Why
Europe.
do you think that is?
Because I think of COVID. It's so complicated. It's a multitude of issues. Because of COVID, it's because of people realising they can access the welfare system a lot easier than they previously did. So it's because of a lack of growth in the economy. So there's been less jobs created. And also I think it's because of essentially we've had sticky wages and high inflation for a long period of time, meaning more and more people are being essentially getting pay rises, and it's just not going as far as it once did. And that's why many, many young people, and I have friends myself who've just up and left. They've gone to Australia, New Zealand, America, whatever it might be, because it's more attractive there. The weather's better, you know, the pay's better, whatever it might be. And those countries are growing, they're going somewhere. Well, they see Britain as sort of a stagnating basket case, which they don't want anything to do with.
Do you think that, I was just speaking to Anna about this as well, there is a culture shift as well, where there isn't as much, I'm not saying, I'll just reiterate, I'm not saying that we should put loads of shame on people on benefits, but that idea of it being a bit embarrassing that you're not at work isn't really there amongst young people anymore, and it's kind of being seen as an option that you leave education, you can either go get a job, go and get a degree, or just go on benefits, and that kind of seems like a sane option.
Yeah, I mean, and from you look at the incentives point, yeah, it does seem like a sane option, because why on earth would you apply for 1,000 jobs. Why on earth would you go and do, part-time work in the hospitality industry, especially if the hospitality industry actually can't hire you at that point because of the national insurance hike and indeed the Employment Rights Act, making it way harder to hire young people. It's become an understandable position why many take that. But, I'm pretty hard line on these issues, Ellie, and you need to be hard on these people and say, no, I'm sorry, I know you guys have been screwed over in many, many ways. I mean, I'm a young person, you're a young person. Yeah. I can sympathise very, very easily. Yeah, of course. But, we need a bit of tough love in this country, and that includes bringing assessments back in person, making sure that young people are not just ripping off British taxpayers by claiming they've got mild anxiety or depression, but also that includes the government increasing economic growth, lowering taxes on young people, actually presenting opportunities for them and incentives for them to stay in the country rather than them either just to leave or to stay in the country and just claim off British taxpayers.
It's regenerating the British high street as well is so important, and kind of championing small businesses, because it's usually small businesses as well that are much more willing to hire young people. How do we do that? Because it's just got into a situation now where you go down some high streets and it's just full of vape shops or that kind of stuff. There's not actually anywhere for, I do say all the time, and I catch myself out saying, just go into the pub, go into a restaurant and ask them, do you have any part-time jobs? But for some areas in this country, there quite literally isn't places to go into.
Yeah, quite. And also a lot of the jobs that you might think are entry-level jobs, you need experience before you do them, which is completely crazy. Look, I worked in the hospitality industry for about 2 years when I was at university, and it was a great place to work, and I absolutely loved it. And I wasn't paid amazingly, but I was paid money, and that was good enough. That was good enough. That was good enough for me. But the problem is, I don't blame the businesses here. I blame the government, because they've created 100%. The conditions whereby businesses, both small, medium and large, have no incentive to hire young people because of increased national insurance rates on employers, because of things like the Employment Rights Act, because of just the general fact that also a lot of them are going to be reliant on cheap Boris wave immigration labour rather than actually hiring young people who maybe want to get their first step on the ladder.
The experience thing is actually ridiculous as well, though. I remember applying for part-time jobs in a restaurant, being a waitress or cleaning at the back. And it was you needed 2 years of experience. Some places, they wanted you to speak a whole different language if you were at an Italian restaurant. And I was like, I just want some money at the end of the month so I can go out. I don't want, but it's this idea that you have to have so many qualifications to do a job which the majority of people find pretty easy to do.
Yeah, precisely. And look, I think any governments, whether it be a Conservative-led one or a Reform-led one, hell, any led government should be focusing on how to get more and more young people into 100%. Work. But that means reversing some of the damage you've already done to the small business sector, and especially the hospitality sector, which has been hit extremely hard by the National Insurance hike and the Employment Rights Act, and also then focusing very relentlessly on making sure that young people are not just able to check out and claim well-found money off British taxpayers, because there's a better way to solve your depression, there's a better way to solve your anxiety, and that's by going to work.
I completely agree with this, and I always make the point that when I'm not working or if I'm not doing something, I get so bored, and then I start worrying, and then I get anxious, and then I'm like, I need to do something. I think we're both probably quite high energy people, to say the least.
The worst period of my life was after university, when I had a month off, and I was planning always to take a month off. Within a week or two, I was bored. I was bored, and I was depressed, and I was anxious, and the Queen had just died, and I was miserable all the time, and I was just like, I need to find a job, I need to go and do something immediately, which is then when I moved to London, got a job, and started my life as it is now.
Yeah, I do completely agree that I think working actually helps you if you have kind of mild anxiety, or if you're feeling a bit upset, because I do think that I get anxious when I'm not doing anything, and I find myself quite a lot, especially I find when I go on holiday, and I'm going on holiday, but sometimes what do I do with myself?
Yeah, what do you do yourself?
And then I start getting anxious, so I think that working is a great way. Just go and do something, even if it's just a hobby. I think staying busy usually really helps.
Absolutely.
But thank you, William, for coming.
Thank you, Ellie.
I really appreciate it. Last guest on my last show before I go on holiday, and thank you all very much for watching today. And oh my god, we're actually going to finish on time. I thought that was going to go over. We were having such a good conversation. Thank you all very much for watching. Shall I read out some comments before we go?
Yeah. I've got a couple here. 1 second. 1 second, Ellie.
I do feel like I'm blending into the background here a little. The Tories and now Labour have killed this country. Our kids will live in a third world dump. No one will send us foreign aid. Yeah, I'm trying to be a bit more optimistic about the future, to be honest.
No one will send us foreign aid in the future. Yeah, that's true.
I really hope we don't get to a point where we need lots of foreign aid. Yeah, that's quite a negative comment. I understand why you feel like that, but let's try and be optimistic about the future. We've got lots of young people and lots of people in this country that really care about this country. And as long as there's people who still care, we can save this country.
This is on Sky News at the moment, Ellie. They're pushing about pink ladies.
What?
Hard right, yeah. Ethno-nationalist.
Oh my God, no, not at all. The movement of pink ladies is definitely not ethno-nationalist. It's just women standing up for their country and being against illegal immigration, from what I can see, unless I've missed something there. Well done, Ellie. Thank you very much. I really hope that you've all enjoyed the show this week. Enjoy your holiday, Ellie. Another great show. Thank you, or should I say Efaristor in Greek.
Very good.
All the best is Will get us on next. Yes, he is. He's got a really interesting show coming up all about security and all these really interesting things that I would know absolutely nothing about. What else can they expect, Pooch?
Yeah, just security, scams, staying safe.
Yeah, scams, security, staying safe, behind the scenes. Very, very interesting. So I will end the show now and pass you on to that. But thank you all so much for joining me this week. And if you want to follow me, I've got Ellie Hodges on X and Instagram, everything. Just search up Ellie Hodges and I will be there. So thank you all very much for joining me this week, and I'll see you again in September.
Hello and welcome to Frontline, the show that's going to pull back the curtain on some of the stories you're currently seeing in the media that maybe aren't giving you the real or true story, and giving you a little insight into my world, the world of specialist security, which I have inhabited for the last 3 decades. And I hope to have some really interesting guests that will give you their insights as to what's going on in the world, but also I want you to send me your questions that you may not be able to find the answers from, even with ChatGPT. So please send me your questions so that we can address those and try and give you the inside from the front line. Now, joining me today is a number of very special guests, but the first of which is an individual who is a best-selling author, a household name, a housewife's favorite. He's just released a book. It's called Fake News, and that is something that Mike and I are going to be talking about. And welcome, Mike Graham.
Will Geddes, very nice to see you. How are you doing?
I'm doing very well, my friend, and thank you. It feels very odd to be sat here in your chair, in your throne, hosting a show, which you've very kindly given me.
This is the great versatility, of course, of UK Live. You know, we can switch over seats. You can run it, I can run it. You know, we can get other people to sit there, other people to sit here. You know, it's an equal opportunity employer, shall we say, right?
Equal opportunities. Is there a pamphlet that we should watch out for that is going to come out?
There is going to be a pamphlet of
I behave myself and my guests.
How to behave while you're in the studio, yes. Yeah, there'll be definitely protocols that we've called in.
I will do my best to adhere.
Yeah, you know, don't touch people unless they touch you first, that kind of thing. You know, don't make any advances to people unless they welcome them.
Really?
That sort of thing, yeah.
That's maybe where I've been going wrong, Mike,
maybe.
For
now,
all these
you're
years.
I mean, you say I'm the housewife's favourite.
Yeah.
You are the man who gets the most praise from women
really?
whenever you're on my show. Yeah.
Well,
they all
this
think
show
you're...
will probably destroy that and ruin it, and I'm sure we'll go elsewhere. But let's talk to you, Mike, because more often than not, you're quizzing me and you're quizzing all these fascinating people who come on your show.
Yeah.
And I think for me, you and I have known each other for quite some long time now.
Yeah.
And we've become firm friends, I'd like to hope.
We have.
And certainly during the somewhat tumultuous beginning of this year, you and I became even firmer friends.
We did.
You know, I think what is so interesting and what many people probably overlook is the fact that you are a veteran journalist. You're a veteran media guy who has worked quite often on the other side of the fence to what I do.
Yes.
You know, where we will be trying to protect people from the media hounds and journalists and paparazzi. You've been the one who's been tasking them to actually try and gather the dirt, get the information. And, you know, Mike, I think what people would be really interested to hear is from your early days, how have you found, basically, we know that the MSM is a deceitful mob at the best of times, but where do you think the change happened, Mike?
Well, it's funny, because it wasn't until I sort of left newspapers that I realised how much they got wrong, because they started writing about me at times, when I started out in Scotland, even though I was working for a really tiny little, speech radio station in Edinburgh, I got quite a lot of coverage because Edinburgh is quite a small town and Scotland's quite a small country. And so if you're kind of in the media in Scotland, you're kind of part of the sort of cognoscenti, if you like. So they started writing stories about things that I'd said or things that I'd done. I remember once...
and why was that? Was that because there were certain people that took a dislike to you, or they saw you as someone who was a competitor to them, and they wanted to try and...
I think they saw me as a sort of a mini celebrity, which was kind of weird for me, because in Scotland you've got sort of gangsters, lawyers, footballers, and journalists, and that's kind of the group. And there's a few actors, not that many, most of the successful ones move away. But so you became part of this kind of world where you'd all get invited to the same parties, you'd go to the rugby, or you'd go to, some political thing. The politicians, of course, were all in the mix as well. But I remember getting a call one day from the Edinburgh Evening News, and the night before, I think I'd been at one of these black tie charity dinners, and it was one of these things where I think it was in the Museum of Scotland or something, a very grand hall, everybody was in black tie, and they did one of these things where they had a quiz, and every table had a sort of electronic buzzer type thing, and it was anyway, and I. Was asked to do one of the questions, right? Now, unfortunately, I'd spent the afternoon in the bar before going to the dinner, and so I was quite well lit. And I got up to do the thing, and there was a lot of murmuring going on in the bar. And I said, well, look, would you mind being quiet, please? We're trying to raise some money for charity, blah, blah, blah.
Right.
And they're still murmuring. And eventually I just went, would you all just shut the fuck up, and in a really loud voice, the place just went completely silent. And so I got a call from my friend who was then the editor of the Edinburgh Evening News the next day. And he said, I think one of the reporters got a call from a reporter on the Edinburgh Evening News asking for a quote for a story they were doing about me. So I rang the editor, he was my mate, and I'm like, what are you doing this? He's like, it's a great story. You'd be really upset because apparently the charity that was running the event then sent a letter out of apology, apologising for my behaviour at this event, right?
Did they raise any money, though?
Yeah, they raised loads of money.
Well, and
also, they didn't ask me if it was all right if they apologised, because I was like, I didn't ask them to apologise on my behalf. I didn't think I'd upset that many people, Anyway, I said, what are you doing with it? He went, well, it's on page 1 at the moment. I'm like, what? And I said, would you mind putting it on page 3 or something? So he did. He moved it back a bit, which was good. So that was my first kind of experience of being on the other side.
Yeah, and were you ever responsible for tasking paparazzi to follow up on a story and go and doorstop people?
Yeah.
Certainly, I know from a lot of the paparazzi guys. Some of which I knew, you may recall. Do you remember Darren Lyons?
I
Mr.
do remember
Paparazzi?
Darren Lyons, yeah.
So Darren and I knew each other.
They did a big documentary about him, didn't they?
Yeah, so Darren's now moved back down to Australia, but a lot of the viewers will probably remember Darren as the guy who had the multicoloured mohawk.
Yeah, that's right.
And he ran a company called Big Pictures, who were pretty much the aces in terms of paparazzi. They got most of the exclusives.
Yeah.
And I remember when I used to deal with Darren, more often than not, I sort of aligned myself to him, and this might be a little bit naughty, but I aligned myself and became friends with him to try and understand a little bit of the tradecraft, because all too often I would have clients who would be targeted by the freelancers who would send him the product.
Yeah.
So, your experiences, how did that generally work with the paparazzi?
Yeah.
Because we don't see it so much now, Mike.
Not so much, no, because again, I think social media has kind of changed the landscape. But there was a time as well when I first was in Fleet Street where every picture desk in every newspaper, particularly tabloids, had their own kind of team of photographers anyway.
Yes.
Because they were always being sent out, whether it was to cover, particularly when Diana was around.
Yes.
Because it was literally everything Diana did was photographed all the time. So you'd have somebody on her all the time wherever she was, and you would have tipsters. You would have events that were going on any particular day. But the paparazzis like Darren started up, I guess, around about the sort of mid-'80s.
It was, around then. Sort of early 90s?
Yeah, mid-'80s, early 90s. And they just were really aggressive. They would get in your face. And they would also, the thing that they were really good at was having this kind of network of informers so that they would know where everybody was.
It was always the maitre d's, the waiters at some of the big restaurants like Caprice.
Or somebody at Claridge's would let them know that Tom Cruise was staying at Claridge's, so they'd have somebody on a bike outside, that kind of thing, and quite often there'd be a lot of cat and mouse stuff going on where guys like you would be throwing the scent over there, going, no, we're not going that way, we're going this way. And there'd be kind of decoy cars, and I mean, it was great fun actually.
Yeah.
I mean, it was really kind of.
I remember one particular experience with a grand dame of Fleet Street that may have had shocking red hair, and I had a very enjoyable time driving her vehicle with a red wig on. And taking the paparazzi with me until we all stopped at the lights. I drove off like a bat out of hell, and we stopped at the lights, and they sort of tried to get a picture of me, and there I was, thinking it was her, and there was me grinning at them with this lovely long red hair.
And there was so much money in it that, the amount of money they would spend was no object. I used to work with a guy in LA called Phil Ramey.
Yes.
I don't know if you ever remember him.
Yeah.
And he used to send a card out to all of the people that he'd made money from. And one of the biggest paydays he had was Madonna's wedding to Sean Penn, which was back in the 80s.
That was huge, wasn't it?
And she was getting married in, if you remember, I think it was it Santa Monica or somewhere right on the coast anyway, whether it was Santa Monica or Malibu, I can't remember. And they thought, we'll get married, sort of oceanside, and then the paparazzi won't be able to do anything. He got in a helicopter, and then there was by the time it was over, there was 3 helicopters up. Yeah. And it was just like something out of Saigon. And you could see that she was standing on the balcony and get windswept because of all the helicopter noise that was going on and everything else. And he made an absolute fortune. And he sent that year, his Christmas card was of him like literally leaning out of the helicopter, going like that, with his camera around his neck. And he could make $25,000, $30,000 a picture.
Oh yeah, they would. And the funny thing is, do you remember with the mail? That shows how times have changed, Mike. The mail online would never take any imagery that was captured on a phone. Yeah. It has to be a proper still photograph. So even if a member of the general public had taken a picture, they if it was with their phone, they wouldn't accept it. They would pay an awful lot of money. And then there's the other side of it, which I used to be involved in, and I don't know whether I'm sure you were aware of this, where I would be approached by paparazzi, even someone like Darren Lyons, allegedly, who would say, we have got these pictures of someone or this celebrity in flagrante, getting up to mischief. Do you want to buy them from us before we offer them up to the newspapers? And I remember one of the most notable ones, and the guy who has now become a friend, who was responsible at the time of looking after Angelina Jolie and Brad Pitt. Someone came to me and said, I have the pictures. Because remember, Brad Pitt was married at the time to Jennifer Aniston, and this whole affair while they were filming Mr. and Mrs. Smith. And it was offered up. But it's funny how many celebrities have actually just went, you know what, I don't care. Get it out in the press.
Yeah, well, I mean, one of the more famous sets of pictures were the ones of Johnny Bryan and Fergie by the pool.
Toe sucking.
Where he was sucking her toes. And there were some other pictures that never got published where there was some other stuff going on. Yeah. Because the Mirror bought those.
Did they?
And again, in those days, there was slightly different rules about where you could take pictures and where you couldn't take pictures.
Yeah, well, exactly. The intrusion.
Yeah, the intrusion thing. It was basically, the view was that if you were standing on public ground, taking a picture into somebody's private house, that was okay.
Yeah.
But you couldn't go into the private land, if you like, But nowadays, I think you're pretty much banned from taking pictures of anyone who's in a private situation, or in a place where they could reasonably expect privacy, right? So, like for example, you might remember, I think it was Princess of Wales, the current one, who was pictured topless on a beach.
Yes, that's right,
many
Princess
years
Catherine.
ago. Yeah, before she married, I think, William, or it might have been shortly
after.
I think
she just had, and it was Paris Match, wasn't it?
That was the other thing. That a lot, particularly with Princess Diana, there was a lot of interest in these, Paris Match and Spiegel and all of the kind of European magazines.
Oh, they were the worst.
Who were the much worse.
Much worse.
People forget that the chase the night that Diana died, that chase was run mostly by foreign paparazzis. It wasn't anything to do with British press. And in fact, Fleet Street would never have done by that stage. They wouldn't have had people on motorbikes, but they were a bit kind of, I suppose, disingenuous because they'd buy some of the pictures,
yes,
but then they wouldn't buy others. You know,
yeah.
so there's the Fleet Street kind of had some better standards, should we say,
yeah,
than the Europeans.
Well, I've got one last question which I'm going to pose at you because I want to get you back, Mike, because I think you and we've been in separate worlds and different orbits, but often working against each other unknowingly.
Yeah.
But one person I'd love to discuss with you in more length is Max Clifford.
Yes.
Who I had some interesting. Yeah.
Who's in a private situation, or or in a place where they could reasonably expect privacy, right? So, like for example, you might remember, I think it was Princess of Wales, the current one, who was pictured topless. On a beach.
Yes, that's right.
Many
Princess
years
Catherine.
ago. Yeah, before she married, I think William, or it might have been shortly
I think
after.
she just had, and it was Paris Match, wasn't it?
Well,
French
that was the other thing.
magazine.
A lot, particularly with Princess Diana, there was a lot of interest in these, like Paris Match and Spiegel and all of the kind of European magazines.
Oh, they were the worst.
Who were the much worse.
Much worse.
People forget that the chase the night that Diana died, that chase was run mostly by foreign paparazzis. It wasn't anything to do with British press. In fact, Fleet Street would never have done by that stage. They wouldn't have had people on motorbikes, but they were a bit kind of, I suppose, disingenuous because they'd buy some of the pictures, but then they wouldn't buy others. You know, so the Fleet Street kind of had some better standards, should we say, than the Europeans.
Well, I've got one last question which I'm going to pose at you because I want to get you back, Mike, because I think you and we've been in separate worlds and different orbits, but often working against each other unknowingly. But one person I'd love to discuss with you in more length is Max Clifford.
Yes.
Who I had some interesting dealings with when he was looking after a number of celebrities. And he was running, and we can say this now because he's passed away, he was running some really sophisticated extortions.
Yes.
And I know you had some dealings with Max Clifford.
I didn't have a lot of dealings with him, but I mean, I know a lot of people that did. I remember Piers Morgan was constantly talking. I mean, every Sunday, pretty much the News of the World would have had a story supplied by Max Clifford, and it was usually supplied to keep another story out of the paper. Because normally what he would do is he'd have sort of several clients, and one of his clients would get caught doing something bad. And he'd go to the editor of the paper, whether it was the News of the World or the Sunday.
But were you aware that he was fabricating many of those incidents? So what he would do is a lot of the celebrities would pay for his services as an insurance to protect them from kiss and tells and that sort of thing. And then ultimately it ended up in a situation where he was fabricating stories against celebrities to basically extort more money out of them. But Mike, we've only got an hour on the show.
Oh, listen, well, we could do it.
Thank you so much.
Very good to see you.
Thank you for joining me at the beginning of my flagship show.
Welcome to the UK Live.
Lots of stories to tell.
Family.
Thank
it's going to be great.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Right, moving on. I've got some interesting guests for you guys today, and stand by, buckle up. It's going to be a fast hour. Okay, Mike, thank you very much. I think there is a lot more under the hood than many of you might realize, me included, about Mr. Mike Graham, and certainly about some of his history and some of the stories that he can share. I mean, I know that when I've been out for a drink with him, he's told me quite a few, which certainly might make your coast tell, which is the idea of Frontline. It's a bit about toe curling in the best possible way, but also getting the very informed position from people who are really tapped into what's going on. And as Mike is, and as UK Live is, it's a filter of bullshit, let's put it this way, of the stuff that is churned out by the mainstream media. And one of the doyens, and I would say leading lights in this space, is my next guest, Lauren the Insider. And if you don't follow Lauren already, I certainly recommend. I've been a guest of hers on a few occasions, and I have to say she runs a really interesting channel in terms of giving you the truth behind many of the headlines, which I'm also hoping to do on this show. Lauren, thank you for joining me.
Thank you so much for having me. I'm excited to be on your show. I always love talking to you because, like you say, there's so much misinformation and so much bullshit out there. And particularly, a lot of that is celebrity, national security, royals. A lot gets filtered out without the public actually knowing the truth. So between you and I, Will, they're screwed now.
Oh, they are. They definitely are, Lauren. And you know what I particularly like about your approach on this? It's a no-nonsense approach. It's very much giving it from the heart, which is the problem with the manufactured mainstream media. We could call it the MMSM if we like. And you and I have discussed organizations like Riku. But before we get into some of the behind the scenes, I think people would like to know a little bit more about you, where you came from, because I know that you were involved in PR and communications, and you were working alongside the mainstream media. You were working with the enemy for a while. And so how did that really start, Lauren? Tell us a little bit about you, because you're a great person in terms of your views, but people may not realize the qualifications you have that you bring to the table here.
So I was born into the industry. I'm 39, I'm 40 in December. I don't feel it, but I was born into the industry. So my mum worked in the music industry. My dad was at the time vice president of Sony Music for much of my life. I had two godparents, George Michael, Elton John. And when I was 18, went into work in the media industry, originally because I wanted to go into acting, and then soon realized when I was told I was fat by my agent that I actually preferred a cheeseburger than dieting to play any role. So I decided to work behind the scenes. Started at the Brit Awards, went on to work at my father's PR agency, went to work at various other PR agencies, all looking after high-profile household names, and then ended up setting up on my own. And my clients included Universal, they included other record labels. I looked after Lorraine Kelly, Davina McCall, Sharon Osbourne, Kelly Osbourne, Katie Price. I worked with Peter Andre. It was a very wide spectrum of names that I was representing. And I also worked on many high-profile book releases. But what was prominent within my entire career was being a gatekeeper and stopping news coming to the public, as well as filtering news. And it's very hard now because I go up against so many people that claim to be independent, but they're still part of that system. Exactly. And so having leaked stories, placed stories, been in those rooms where those conversations are happening it was all I knew growing up. I was privy to a lot of information and how the system works, as well as professionally seeing it. I decided when I had my children, I didn't want to be part of the toxicity. So I just closed shop, and I thought I would rather not do anything and be able to be a role model for my children. I also witnessed firsthand how the media can be weaponized, how they drove my godfather George to just try and break him. They wanted to break him. When you don't play their game, they come after you. Oh, yeah. And then the day he dies, you're suddenly a hero. And so much of I will only ever do things that I believe are in the public interest. That is absolutely non-negotiable to me. And I saw how he was treated. I decided I can't be part of this ecosystem anymore. And I wanted to be a role model for my children. I fell into YouTube by accident. And I've always been really compelled to speak up for people that don't have a voice. I love my country. I love, where I've been brought up. And so much of what I've witnessed over the last few years is just absolutely shocking. So a lot of my coverage will kind of weave in politics and royals, because a common misconception is that the royals can't be political and they're totally separate areas. And that's simply not true. I've been able to expose and drop many exclusives way before.
That's one of the things that you've been remarkably sort of astute on, and certainly on picking up. But I think picking up on a couple of things that you've mentioned there, which I think is really key, is, in our very different worlds where we're working very much for the same people, there's something that we found quite regularly starts happening is both the manipulation and the management of the optics around particular individuals. And I've worked with some people that, to be honest, I wouldn't say hello to on the street, but are household names who have been involved in all sorts of really nefarious things and are not particularly nice people. But it's amazing how the public perception that has been weaved by the PR agents, by the actual talent agents themselves, and quite often by ourselves. I mean, I've been, excuse me, involved in protecting them, providing a cordon or a bubble around them so that those nefarious activities, and I'm not saying illegal necessarily, because I wouldn't work with anybody who did something illegal, but someone who really is not a particularly nice person, but their actual star worth is based off the fact that they have to be perceived as a decent person. But I think drawing to one of the things that you mentioned, which is, you've been across so many different industries, from the music industry to the Brits. Some of those may be clients of mine. I won't possibly say, that would be wrong. But where would you say was the real turning point for you, Lauren? In your experience with the mainstream media, what was the one thing that you yourself said, you know what, I can't do that?
I think that there was those moments all along. I feel that when you work in the mainstream industry, and Mike will probably be able to back this up, you're almost groomed to go along with it, to keep going, because every reference point you have when you're in that ecosystem is mainstream. Your friends are part of that industry. Your media that you're consuming is part of that industry. No one ever sat me down and said, hypothetically, when Katie Price, who was one of my clients, is stuck in a sticky situation, this is how you react. This is how you firefight this. But you become groomed. The higher up that pyramid you go, you become groomed and learn how to deal with things.
I think I'd agree with you. I think there are times where you get so embedded in it, there's almost a degree of normality that seems to apply. And there's also a certain degree of collusion and collaboration. And I can speak from myself as well, that you have to accept those are the parameters of the environment that you're working within, because your peers are doing it, you're having to do it, and for you to continue along that path and continue looking after that particular person, that celebrity, that individual, you have to also, as much as it may inherently be something against your own nature, that's the way the machinery works, which is why I find, you turning poacher, going gamekeeper, the most interesting aspect of your channel, and Mike especially, in terms of going, you know what, we're taking away the glitter, we're taking away the facade, we're showing you actually the cogs and the machinery behind what's going on and why they may be motivated. And I think, again, you touched on a very valid point about the royal family. Now, a bit of news that's just recently broken was obviously about Meghan and Harry returning to the UK. But one of the things that you and I, when we chatted earlier, were chuckling about was King Charles apparently not knowing about it until literally the last minute.
Will, I can't bear it. I can't bear it. Do you know what? I've got a lot of flack from some people when I've come out with things. Last July, for example, I said King Charles is behind this return because I know how to decode the press, having curated, placed, leaked, stopped. There was a story that ran, and it was last summer. The aides were photographed at the ROSL Club in London. And I said, well, this is what they want you to know now, but this is way further than anyone thinks, because you have one narrative in the public and one narrative privately. And I've said, and I've maintained the entire way, Harry is coming back at the request of the king. He is a soft power asset for the government. He has echoed so many party lines of the Labour Party for some time. He never left. And what I find so frustrating is there are many independent, allegedly, commentators who will know exactly that what they're pushing is absolute rubbish to the public. They know this isn't true because they are not stupid. It is impossible the king didn't know. It's impossible he was blindsided. And so what I do is I give people the evidence and I say, well, here are the landmarks, here are the points. And there's no conspiracy. I think people often try and discredit you when you're a critical thinker, saying, oh, mad conspiracy theorist. Yeah. And that's why I bring evidence. I'm evidence-led, and I'm not interested in those kind of flapping around dramatic conversations. I don't think tax-paying adults want that. I actually think what we need in a saturated market of clickbait, misinformation and rubbish is someone getting to the point of this is exactly what the story is, this is how you're being played. Because as well, the mainstream media has been used for decades as a tool to brainwash people. If we look at the CIA's Project Mockingbird.
Yeah, well, I mean, something you and I discussed at some length was about RICU, the Research and Information Communications Unit, which I think is really interesting for people. Again, the veil being brought back on private organizations that are being funded by us, the taxpayers, that will be working, who are very sophisticated at what they do, who will take that information and from the Home Office on their direction and on their agenda and churn it out to the general public and put it into Instagram, put it into TikTok. And it's and again, you know, one of the biggest problems I think is social media soup, as I call it. We know that hostile state actors, Russia, China, Iran even, are trying to influence groups, trying to create alienation against certain organizations, whether that be anti-Semitic, anti-Palestine, whatever it might be, to try and stir up the mix as much as possible. And I think the biggest problem that the general public has is trying to decipher, and in our world, we classify it as the difference between intelligence and evidence. And I think where the likes of yourself, myself, Mike, and others who are independent, it's really important to show a difference between what is intelligence and what is evidence. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, 100%. And I think as well, because I've seen how the mainstream media can be used as a weapon, I'm always very vocal on people like Rupert Lowe and Tommy Robinson, because I can see how these deep state smear campaigns or the distortion of information to create a certain unlikable facade is being used. And I find that absolutely abhorrent. I feel that the public have been lied to for so long when it comes to the mainstream media. And it's often, I always say, when you go to a newsstand, it must be quite confusing if people might hear me say mainstream media is owned by a handful of people. But ultimately, if we sidestep as well, when you look at Jeffrey Epstein and how Jeffrey Epstein was able to operate, control, suppress, and hide news, it was because he went to the top of that pyramid. Oh, yeah. He had those kind of handful of people locked down. And if you have the top of the pyramid locked down, nothing is trickling down. That is just how it works. Yep. So on the surface, saying, oh, the mainstream media can be controlled might sound a bit wild. But when you get into the mechanics of it, having, you know, that was my job, it's not complicated. You just need money and power and influence to be able to do it.
I think I'd certainly recommend the viewers and listeners to seek out the Murdoch documentary on Netflix, of which I'm sure you've seen, which was about how they would influence political parties at that end. But equally at the same side, there is also the Tommy Robinson issue. You know, he's seen as a very divisive character and individual, but fundamentally, he's just executing free speech. That is all he's doing. I mean, and quite recently, I was, who is now a good friend, Carl Stefanovic, who was one of the lead anchors in Australia on the breakfast shows. I did them for many, many years, and he had his own podcast. And in fact, he interviewed me just before Tommy came in for him to interview. And then it was the sponsors and the financial people behind the network that then said, get rid of him, sack him. And thankfully, Carl is blossoming like you, like Mike, hopefully me as well in the future, in this free space, this free environment. And I don't know about you, you're not as old as me, you're still young, but it's funny how, who do you know these days who watches terrestrial TV? Everybody watches their news, watches their content pretty much on YouTube. Would you agree?
Yeah, I would, but I also think there is still a large amount of people that do consume the mainstream media. What I think we need to be really, really aware of is there are podcasters who are positioning themselves as independent. But I go back to this point, Piers Morgan, uncensored. He's backed by Rupert Murdoch, by Elizabeth Murdoch, financially. How can you be totally uncensored when you're backed by a Murdoch? Now, he would argue, yes, you can. But my analytical side would say, well, I'm not convinced on that. But what we are seeing as well is the mainstream media are panicking. So what they are trying to do is elevate key faces, whether it be people on Talk or The Sun or various other places, to be their kind of YouTube podcasters, because this is an area we've seen as well. Holly Willoughby has recently absolutely failed within the independent sphere. So this is a sphere that actually doesn't rely on money or power. That is not what the public want. The public are sick and tired of being given fake news. And COVID was obviously a huge turning point with that. I think a lot of people woke up.
Oh, I think they did, very much so. Yeah, very much so. And I think COVID was, for many, many, many different reasons, was a real threshold, I think, in terms of how people consumed their information and where they got it from. And ultimately, I think the problem is that to a certain degree, I think there was some negative influences into the media feed and into the information feed, which I think during a time of susceptibility, certainly from my side in terms of children being radicalized, online bullying, that was significant during the whole COVID period because people were held prisoner in their own homes. But look, Lauren, I'm going to have to get you back because I'm on a tight schedule today, but I've loved having you on. I think you and I are going to chat a little bit later, maybe on a pretty current story. But thank you for joining me today. Thank you for your views. And I think the viewers will love that they now know how qualified you are to speak on all these areas, and qualified not only in your experiences, but also in your perspectives. And that's the key thing.
Thank you. Well, there's a lot as well of my experience that I'm not allowed to talk about because obviously I was signed, I had to sign things of certain names that I couldn't talk about. But 20 years professionally working at the centre has given me a unique experience, coupled with the fact that I've had a family that has been in this industry forever. So things that were not normal for many people, it was very normal for me. And I was seeing things both from a personal lens and a professional lens. And now I really am a problem for the establishment because I'm independent.
And the kind of problem that we all want, Lauren. So my best to Mr. Insider and the Little Insiders. And I hope I'm going to be able to get you back on again soon. I'm sure giving your very interesting insight to some kind of shenanigans that's no doubt going on in the government or the royal family or someone else prominent. Thank you.
Indeed.
Well, that was Lauren the Insider. I definitely recommend you seek her out. She is a really interesting woman. She has some really interesting content. And again, like Mike, like Live UK, and hopefully me as well, we're looking at the world from a different viewpoint to what you're necessarily going to get from the mainstream media. So on every show, I hope to also give you a little bit of advance warning from the front line as to various scams which are doing the rounds right now and you could potentially be susceptible to. And the one I want to talk about today is about an image being sent to you, and especially from someone that you may not know. Now, these images can come through either on SMS or on WhatsApp. But what you will be unaware of is that when you click on that image, there is an embedded code. Now, that embedded code will allow the person who sent it to you to actually access your device. And this works across both iOS or Apple devices and Android devices. Now, it's a very, very cunning spyware, which you need to be aware of, because it could be used for two reasons. If you're a prominent person, it could be to try and access your sensitive and private confidential information. It could be possibly an aggrieved partner or a suspicious partner who's trying to find out what you're up to. But it could also be a ransomware. And this is the one thing that I would certainly forewarn you of. Now, I've dealt with a number of ransomwares over the years, and what that fundamentally means is that they lock your computer or your device to hold you to ransom to pay, usually something like 1 Bitcoin, to get a decryption key. Now, the decryption key is not going to decrypt your device. And like any kind of blackmail, of which, again, I've managed many, paying a blackmail or paying a ransom isn't necessarily going to get you a solution. And especially in ransomware, and this generically applies to all your devices, not just your phone and an image being sent through where this encoded message or malicious code is hidden behind, but also if it goes to your laptop. And the problem with those is that you could be in a position where ultimately they are sending you an even bigger Trojan software in that decryption key that you have paid for, which will then put you at even more compromise. So the quickest and easiest ways that I would recommend you avoid getting yourself into this kind of trap is, firstly, back up your devices. You can back up your WhatsApp, you can back up your computer. Doesn't matter whether it's a PC or an OS X, which is an Apple, like a MacBook, but back up your data, because then you render any kind of ransomware pretty much obsolete. You can reset your devices, you can set them up to basically go back to factory settings and then reinstall from your backup that you've already got in place. Now, make sure you virus check it to make sure you're not migrating any kind of malware onto your new device or your new reset device. And very, very importantly, and I get this on a very regular occasion from people that I would least expect to fall foul of this, please, 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 please set up all your accounts, whether it be your Amazon, your iCloud account, your Gmail account, set them up, please, with multi-factor authentication. And that can be achieved through either an app like Google Authenticator or Authy. It sounds complicated, but it's not. There's lots of help out there that can assist you with setting those multi-factor authentications up. Two-factor authentication isn't as good as it used to be, and there are ways and means, and maybe I'll show you on Frontline in the future, ways that you can bypass or defeat two-factor authentication. So keep safe out there, and if you receive any images from someone you don't know or someone you may be suspicious of, be very cautious about opening it.
Rob is here.
Great.
Well, shall we go straight to him?
Yeah, why not? And my next guest on the front line today is a dear, 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 dear friend of mine, a chap who, let me give you a bit of an intro, Rob. So this is the lovely Rob Paxman. Rob Paxman, many, many, many years in the British military, and then within the esteemed 22 SAS, one of the finest from Special Forces. And Rob, I don't know how many years you and I have known each other, but it's many, and you and I have been involved on things that we will not discuss on Frontline, because we'll probably end up in various prisons in various parts of the world. Would that be correct? Nice to see you, Rob. Thank you for joining me.
Thank you. Thank you. Good to see you.
So let me share a little bit more about Rob. So Rob has been in the industry. He's a bit of a legend on what we call the circuit. Now, those individuals that operate freelance and many of the big companies, including my company, will draw from what we call the circuit. So when you become a close protection officer, a surveillance operator, or a specialist in one of the related fields, then you will often be referred to as being on the circuit. And then companies will bring you in. And Rob and I don't know where we met, whether it was in Iraq or it was some other far-flung country. I know you and I spent some interesting times in Iraq, should we put it that way. And I do remember there was one occasion, Rob, before we get on to the more serious stuff, of you driving around in a four-wheel drive in just north of a city in the south of Iraq with the lights on and trying to draw out enemies. Is my memory serving me correctly on that one?
I think you're not too far from the mark there, sir.
So anyway, we'll move on to more serious stuff. So look, one of the things of why I wanted to bring Rob on is because Rob's been in the industry as long as I have. And it's 3 decades for me. I don't think you're as old as me, are you, Rob? I don't know. Can't remember. You may be the same age. We won't discuss.
Yeah.
That's on a need-to-know basis only. But one of the things that I know, Rob, you've had some really interesting experiences on is people have only recently become aware of groups like Wagner or Wagner Group, who are a private military, private mercenary company that many of the viewers and the listeners will be familiar with, was the deniable military arm of the Russian government that would carry out various operations across the world. And I had my brush with Wagner Group, and they're not a group you want to have a brush with, who've operated extensively in places like Africa and Dark Africa, in Venezuela, in South Sudan, even in Iraq and Afghanistan and various other conflict zones, but also non-conflict zones, but what we would term as developing countries or emerging markets. And I know that you've had your brush, but they apparently were dissolved in 2025. What people don't realize is that there are many, many of these companies out there. Wagner was just probably the most well-known, but there are many, many companies working for governments unofficially that are carrying out some interesting work. And I know you've probably had more brushes than I have, Rob. So maybe you can give us a little bit more of an overview of what's going on out there and why people are using private military, why governments are using them deniably to carry out these kind of works.
It's really quite simple. The whole deniability of the aspect. You can send guys, very, very well trained guys, into an environment to intelligence gather, to conduct recce's, and even conduct various levels of different operations. So it's a really common thing, and it's used by both sides. What they're generally called is front companies. So you'll have a security company that's been set up and being managed by ex-tier 1 special forces, let's say, or intelligence gathering individuals from the industry, and they'll be tasked to go out and collect intelligence information or conduct reconnaissance or recce's, against certain targets. So yeah, there's a lot of front companies out there, and they employ a whole range of different skill sets.
And it's not just Russia. China used them. Various other countries around the world will use these private militaries. And although, as you were saying, Rob, there's a lot of intelligence gathering, there are also kinetic operations, aren't there?
Oh, absolutely. There's rumours coming from Ukraine of how certain people have signed off and are now working for front companies, in hostile environments. Definitely kinetic.
Yeah, and also we can go beyond that. There are a number of. I mean, you were obviously in 22 SAS proper. But there's also over and beyond. I mean, a lot of the viewers and listeners may have been watching this show that's currently doing the rounds called Lioness, which is about the Special Activities Division. And you and I both know some people who have served in Special Activities. And for many of the viewers and the listeners, they may not necessarily know that they've been going on, as has Ground Branch, running operations overseas, which have involved kill lists, have involved sabotage on operations, and even there's the little known E Squadron. I don't know whether you would like to share any information about that, Rob, or whether you'll just go, well, we're not talking about it on the show.
There's lots of different units that have been set up with lots of different names, and they keep changing and morphing into something else now to protect the innocent.
Always the diplomatic, Rob. I was going to say, I always liked it when E Squadron were referred to as the Increment. I always thought that was a cooler name, didn't you?
Yeah, actually.
I mean, there was I have to say, you and I have had the fortune of meeting many people in these weird and wonderful units. And there's a dear friend of mine, I don't know whether you know him, I won't mention his name on air, who is currently training the assassination teams for one particular government in the Middle East. I won't flourish who they are, but again, they are carrying out these operations to train their special forces in being able to go and do skullduggery in various different parts of the world. But I mean, certainly from your experience, Rob, because you've been involved more often in the defensive capability and protecting against these kinds of threats. In Africa, could you share with us a little bit of your experience, how maybe you found that the enemy or opposing force that you were facing may have been slightly more capable than one would have anticipated?
Yeah, I've worked for a number of front companies, especially over in Africa. At one stage I was working for John Garang, the Sudan People's Liberation Army, as one of his two military advisors. And quite often, from a force recognition perspective, we study the enemy to find obviously their weaknesses, but we also study the enemy to find out what level of training that they've had. And quite often, as in with the Northern Sudanese, at one stage, they were being trained by external foreign military, very good trainers, very good agents, definitely their tier one type training. So yeah, it's a case of when you go into an environment, you need to be looking at the opposition so that you can tailor your skills and drills to suit. So that might be more defensive or more offensive, but flexible sliding scale.
Yeah, indeed. Flexible sliding scale. What a lovely way of putting it, Rob. Always a man of choice words. But yeah, I mean, there was, and again, it's been going on as long as time itself in terms of these operations. But where it's been really interesting of late is certainly in the lithium harvesting, particularly by China. And China, their military is reasonably capable. I don't know whether you've had experience, Rob, of being up against them. I've had a little bit. On the intelligence side, they're very, very good. Militarily, kind of questionable. But that's where they will employ some of these front companies to either go and capture, and again, you and I know of a couple of operations where either extraction entities like mines for gold, lithium, other precious metals have been protected by a local ground force. But then one of these PMCs or one of these front companies has come in to try and take it away from them. And have you had some experience of that? Because I know, I think you and I we planned an operation of the movement of precious metals, and one of the biggest concerns was that there were PMCs, not just local bandits like we would face in Iraq on the Alibabas on the MSR Tampa, but these were more sophisticated tier one trained capabilities that wanted to hijack those cargoes when moving precious metals or lithium from one location to another.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, one particular one that springs to mind was in South Africa, where the gems that were being taken out of a particular mine were being hijacked, and it was absolutely kill everything, wipe everything clean. They would then drive up the road a couple of miles, and then they'd get hit. Then they'd drive up a couple of miles, and then they'd get hit again. So it was it was about 5 or 6 tiers where they were being ambushed, and they were all being killed. It was really quite interesting.
We shouldn't be laughing, Rob. We shouldn't be. Unfortunately, we have a slightly dark sense of humour in our world. And actually, you know what, Rob? You reminded me. You and I were doing a job in South Africa, in Johannesburg. Do you remember when Simon Mann and his team of mercenaries that were funded allegedly by Mark Thatcher, were going to do a military coup in Guinea? And they got picked up in Zimbabwe. Do you remember you and I were there? And we spoke. We had one of your old friends from the regiment who was down there, who sadly departed, I believe, hasn't he? who turned around and said it was the worst kept secret in South Africa. So it was hardly surprising. So Rob, I mean, obviously in terms of these kinds of operations that go on, the general public are kept uninformed in many regards, unless it blows up into world news that will then get, and again, it's down to the mainstream media to report it. Where I think what would you advise the general public when they're reading a story about something like even China trying to take Taiwan for obviously the chips which they have there, and that would have a significant effect obviously on the computers market around the world. But what would you say the general public need to keep in the back of their mind when they hear about emerging markets and about how potentially it's not a government operation and there will never be a flag that's flown there. It will be a badge on the shoulder of some PMC.
Yeah, all of these type of operations are going to be extremely multi-leveled, and the amount of money and investment in behind them. It warrants bringing in guys that know what they're doing, know what they're talking about. So this is where the whole tier one aspect comes in, and then it cascades down, and you cherry pick those with the skill set. So when reading these articles, it's really important to Imagineer, look beyond, read between the lines, because there's so much that's going on in the world, and there always has been, but it's particularly interesting at the moment.
Oh yeah, we're in certainly hot times, and I'm hoping that's a plant behind you, not one of your colleagues in a ghillie suit.
This is somebody protecting me, by the way.
Awesome. Like you need protecting, Rob. Rob, thank you so much for your time today. Thank you for your insights. I know we are always having to be a little bit guarded about the sort of stuff that we do, but I think, again, it's just reinforcing the message to the general public that there is always going to be more going on behind the scenes than they necessarily realize.
100%. Really nice to see you again, Will.
Great to see you too, Rob, as always. Thanks, buddy. That's
care.
Rob Paxman. Again, a super qualified guy who I've worked with for many, many years, and certainly has seen sides of the world, as have I, that are rarely glimpsed by members of the general public. So on every show, I'm going to do How Does That Work? And that is to my industry, whether that be close protection, surveillance, intelligence gathering, locating lost people, dealing with stalkers, blackmails, kidnappings. I want you to send me the questions of how does that work for a particular subject. And I'm going to start with close protection because I'm quite well known for that. And about if you ever have the misfortune of having to hire a close protection officer. Now, of course, this is going to differ where you are in the world. There are very many different providers, and in various different territories, they're going to provide it in a very different way. But I want to really get down to the fundamentals because I have to say, and there will be others in my industry who will reiterate this, there are times where you will see a bodyguard with a celebrity and you'll think, what are they actually doing? Are they capable? And as is the mean eye and prism of social media, when they get it wrong, we'll quite often see that on our screens, on our devices, and we'll go, how the hell did that happen? So let's just cover the basics. First and foremost, hard skills are the easy skills. So someone knowing how to fight, someone, whether they have a martial arts background, boxing background, some combative background, military, special forces, it doesn't matter what those hard skills are. Yes, you need to have them. Yes, you need to be fit. And I would say to you that if you had a bodyguard that turned up who's a bit porky and a little bit slow, then that's someone who is not disciplined, who's not looking after themselves. And if they can't look after themselves, can they really look after you? The second thing would be, are they licensed? Now, here in the United Kingdom, we have what they call the Security Industry Authority, who will badge people within the security industry from your standard security officer who is looking after the reception of a major office or working in your local Tesco's or local supermarket. And then you have your door supervisor or DS license, which is your doorman. So you'll see them at pubs, at nightclubs, at bars, and those are the individuals that we would have traditionally called a bouncer. And then at the top of the tree, you have your close protection officers. Now, having a license alone is not sufficient to qualify you as a close protection officer or a bodyguard. And having your SIA license is just your legal requirement. Now, there are some benefits. That means that they do need to go through regular first aid or first responder training, and they also need to have a background check to make sure they're not a criminal or a bandit. However, what I would say is probably one of the most important skills of a good close protection officer or a bodyguard is going to be the soft skills. How do they handle people? How do they handle the principal? How do they handle the principal's staff? And the principal is the client. Are they gentle? Can they communicate? Do they communicate with the sites that you will be visiting, the bars that you'll be going to, the meetings that you may have scheduled? How are they with various people? And a good close protection officer, in my eyes, is going to be pretty low key. They want to blend in to a certain extent, and that's why giants who are 6'7", I think they're more for status than they are anything else. But a good close protection officer should almost look like an associate or a colleague or just part of your group. Doesn't necessarily mean that they are signposted as a bodyguard. So I would say you can qualify someone as a good bodyguard or a close protection officer by their soft skills. How do they talk to people? How do they communicate? And then over and beyond that, there will be all the planning, the administration, because if a close protection officer is doing his job correctly, you should never be in a situation where you are potentially in harm's way. They should be evading it and avoiding it through careful planning and scheduling. Hope that helps. So as I've told you, I'm going to get some really interesting guests, some people you've never seen before who are going to give you insights to this world, but also their experiences in my world. And I've got some interesting people. And coming on very soon will be my dear friend, Christian Goodegast. Elena, please play the tape.
Hey, this is Christian Goodegast, writer-director of Den of Thieves, Pantera, and the upcoming Den of Thieves Serpentine. I'm going to talk to my boy Will Geddes about all kinds of interesting shit. Look forward to it. See ya.
Christian, never shy of the odd S-word or F-bomb when he wants to drop it. Again, Christian's a great example. If you've seen any of the movies that he's done, you'll know that he looks for authenticity. And I've worked with him on a few, and he's a super nice guy. But we're seeing this now more because ultimately when there's something that we're seeing on our Netflix, I don't know about you guys, but you're getting sharper and wiser. And even godsons of mine and nephews who play Call of Duty probably know more about weapons than even I do. So authenticity is the key. And Christian can share, he's worked with lots of tier 1 operators and weirdos like me, and it's going to be interesting. And he is just one of a number of, I don't want to show you everybody straight away. I'm going to keep a few surprises back, but I think you'll enjoy that one. So this has been my first show. I hope I've performed okay for you guys and you'll come back and visit. Well, I'll find out from Pooch whether it was any good and certainly from Mike. But please, please, please comment, subscribe, like, share with your friends. And if you do, I will try and make every episode a valuable take home in terms of some advice, some assistance, but especially some knowledge and give you, like I said, tales from the front line. Thank you for watching.
Hey guys, quickie, Pooch here. Just a quick update. Well, that was absolutely fantastic. Will, absolutely amazing show. Lots of people have been asking. Yes, Will is going to have a regular show, a weekly show. I think you were all at the comments. Everyone was so fascinated. Absolutely brilliant. Ellie is away next week to So it's going to be Mike's show and then Littlewood and Cox. And then in September, we're going to have a great lineup. We're going to have Will, we're going to have Jasmine Birtles doing a finance show. We've got some great surprises of new shows, and we are working towards, by the end of the year, having 7 a.m. till late in the evening, maybe late night with Lewis Schaefer. How crazy will that be? Anyway, thank you all for watching. Thank you all for your contributions. I love the community that you guys have talking to each other. We couldn't do this without you. You are why we do this. You're the heart and soul of it all. So yeah, have a good weekend, and signing off.